Let me turn my mic on. Hello, everybody. Welcome to this meeting of the Nantucket Historic District Commission. It's Tuesday, April 18th. That's okay. It's Tuesday, April 18th, a little bit after 4, and we have several live members and one Zoom member. Live today, Val Oliver, Diane Coombs, Abby Camp, myself, Ray Pohl, and Connie Patton. And on Zoom, we have Carrie Thornwell. Jesse's not coming, and Stephen is not arriving here until 5:30. So this is rather important because some of the things we're going to need to take out of order, most specifically, number 3, other business. And I should just go through my thoughts on that kind of in entirety rather than just waiting for Stephen. So Stephen was sitting on this application that's going to be under discussion, which is 9 Sherburne Way. I only will be listening to, it's a discussion among the board members that were sitting because it's procedural. It has to do with how the vote was taken. I'm not going to be taking any public comment on that, particularly as regards the application, because this is all about how the vote was taken, who keeps coming on there? Okay, it's about how the vote was taken. So I really want to have a discussion among those members sitting, including Stephen, on what we do or don't do regarding that application. And well, for those of you that are here for our old business, which we're going to be getting right into, and Stephen's not on those, you may consider holding until Stephen gets here at 5:30. Anyway, so you all know who's here. For those people in the audience, just mute your cell phones and let us know if you're recording any portion of tonight's event. And with that, may I have a motion to thank you? I guess I'm going to do them all roll call because I don't want to make a distinction between having Carrie on Zoom. But this particular board will be the 5 people that are live sitting in this room. Diane has made a motion to approve the agenda as submitted. All those in favor say aye. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I just went against my thing. Okay, sorry. Val.
Aye.
Thank you, Avi. Connie.
Aye.
Diane on your motion, and I'm in favor. Okay, we have approved agenda. So let's see. Is there any public comment at this time? Either live or on Zoom?
Just have a question, Mr. Chairman. Did you just announce that Mr. Welch won't be here till 5:30?
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
And anything relating to, or that is critical for his input, we're going to wait on.
Okay.
So 5:30.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Any commissioner comments? Okay. Thank you. Now we're going to skip this other business pending Stephen's arrival, which once again, for those of you just tuning in, is 5:30. And we're going to old business. All of which in this case includes Stephen. So is there anybody here for old business?
Tim Rogovich from Slacktide for 111 Surfside.
Oh yeah, I see you down there. Okay, it doesn't sound like Linda's here. I'm pretty sure I would have heard from her by now. That's true. Okay, so I'm sorry, your name was Stephen also?
No, it's Timothy Rogovich.
Oh, Timothy. Tim, I'm going to suggest that you wait on this for Stephen to come in.
Okay.
Or here's your other option. Let's see. Connie sat on the first one. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That's a Linda. looks like we could have Carrie on all three of yours, or Connie, because Stephen isn't available at the moment. Is that something you want to move forward with now? We can.
Yes, that would be fine.
Okay, so, Carrie, can you sit in? Well, they're actually all kind of three applications together. So why don't you stay on all three?
Okay, I'm here.
Okay, very good. Okay, Tim,
Yes.
this came up and we just want to hear, we needed to have you walk us through it.
Yeah, I apologize for that. I was thinking the Zoom meeting on Thursday was at 4, and ended up getting on an hour late, and I did miss my window. So I
Yeah.
apologize for that.
Okay, well, here we are.
Okay,
I think all we really wanted to do is for you to tell us what your mitigating measures were.
yeah, so you guys had issued an Exhibit A on the last meeting that I attended, and I had submitted a revised landscape drawing that basically replicates that on all the work that I would proceed to do, just basically matching the Exhibit A that you guys issued. And I also included some photos that you requested at the last meeting as well of some area shots from Surfside Road on the view and what it would look like.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see that right there. And I will do all the work that needs to be done. Is all I believe. I'm working from my phone, so I apologize. I believe it's all in red there. That we will accommodate to match the Exhibit A.
Okay. Thanks, Tim. Yeah, I'm not sure it's in red necessarily, at least mine isn't, but it does have notes on it.
Yeah, you see the driveway. We can change the dimension of the driveway. We'll fill in some more trees, shorten the openings, the curb cut openings, add more landscaping around those as requested, and then adjust the dimensions on the driveway connections in front of the house there.
Okay. All right. So just so that we all know, it's myself, this is the board, myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Kerry. So who would anybody like to begin the discussion?
I do remember when this came up, I was not sitting on it, but I was there.
Correct.
Does look like he is showing the things that the board described.
Which
Yeah.
is the Exhibit A that is the first document, really.
Yeah, yeah. Narrowing the curb cut entries and narrowing the long stretch in front of the house. So it was only wide enough for cars right in front of the house there.
Correct.
Yeah, so seems like he did everything everybody wanted.
Okay. Harry, thank you. Who's next?
The unfortunate thing is the minutes are totally blank, so it's hard for us to go back and.
Well, let me just say this, have you seen the Exhibit A?
Yeah,
Okay, that's something that we produced at this table and basically handed it to them and said, do this.
right. Oh, there, on that one, there is some. What about the screening from Surfside Road? That wasn't a concern. I think it was. I think it was.
Yeah, I don't remember it being, and it's not part of the document, is it? The so-called Exhibit A.
I recall that it was mostly about the driveway on the other
Yeah.
side.
And we asked for more landscaping along the road.
Along the access road.
Yes,
Yeah, which he has.
I can go
Thanks.
if you're finished, Val.
Yeah, I have nothing. to
I
say. It's
I
been
think
so
he-
long.
I think he did do what we asked, but I wouldn't be in favor of this because of where the swimming pool is. I would prefer it to be behind the building and not rely on the landscaping.
Okay. The swimming pool was already approved and presumably is already installed.
It is installed.
Yeah. Okay, so you're in favor of it. That's unfortunate that you're using that as a, so who else would like to go on this?
What are you saying about that? Bringing it back to the pool?
No.
The pool is
No, but-
approved, it's in the ground, and Abby's not going to vote in favor of this change because she didn't like the pool.
This is all just about the number, the
Yeah, it's
shingle
about the,
color.
Yeah.
It's about the shingle color.
It's too bad.
Somebody please go next. Let's see. Carrie, you've spoken. Abby's spoken. Diane, we haven't heard from
No,
you.
I was trying to pick up where the shingle color. Didn't we have some samples of?
Well, there were photographs in there.
isn't this mostly about landscaping now, though?
The landscaping is
driveway.
just, the landscaping is only there to screen the building from that way that runs by there.
On the shingles. These are the ones that are bleached.
Yeah.
And now they've stained back again.
Right.
Well, I don't want to see them bleached.
But those shingles are already installed.
Yeah,
Um,
so we talked about screening,
Right.
more screening,
Right.
instead of changing the shingles out, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
there may have been a
That
little
was- that was-
discussion about staining them or something, but
Yes.
this is where we landed.
Don't you think after a time, eventually, that they would,
They definitely will.
they would,
Yeah,
start
but
to-
it takes a long time.
yeah,
Is somebody speaking? Oh, Carrie, sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying it just takes longer.
Yeah.
well, I'd rather see the screening, but if the shingles are up, we're sort of,
Well, he's doing this, he will be doing the screening if we approve it to mitigate the view of the shingles.
yeah,
That's,
I don't
Right.
know that we have a much of a choice in this thing. If they could bleach down or change in a year or so, then I guess it would be the answer. I don't know what to have him unshingle the house and start again is,
that would be huge.
Yeah.
The problem is that there's been months and months since we reviewed this, so everybody's forgotten.
Yeah.
But I would motion to approve the screening as a must.
Okay, let's see, Val,
and maintain it
Mhm.
in perpetuity.
Yeah.
sure. Val, you can append that to your motion.
Yep,
Okay, so Val has made a motion, and by the way, that motion would be for all three of these
Yes.
applications, but there are three different buildings, okay? So Val's made that motion. On that motion, Abby,
I'm a nay.
okay, Diane,
I will go with it.
okay, Carrie,
Aye.
very good, and Val on your motion,
aye.
and I'm in favor. So that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed. Okay, thanks, Tim.
Thank you very much.
And I seem to have lost my thing. It's, what the hell?
Mhm.
That one, yeah. Oh, okay. I was pushing the chat button. Okay, let's see. Mirka, are you here for Stone Alley? No.
Yes, not.
Okay, well, we got Val Oliver. Know that.
Canicus,
Mm-hmm. One, two, three. So this is going to be everybody, except Val, of course.
Oh, we're already on that?
Yeah, we're almost to the end of the agenda.
Yeah.
Rip Van Winkle. What
Right,
time is it?
hold on. I'm writing the. Okay.
Oh, right, you were, yes, okay, thank you, thank you. I didn't mean to make fun of you.
Okay. I'm getting there.
This is on the other corner of that funny street.
I thought we'd already seen this.
This is a little
Okay.
west from the Surfside parking lot, right?
Sorry?
This is a little west from the Surfside parking lot.
Yes,
Correct.
it's west of
Yes.
the existing house that's there. There's a new one going up on the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Then there's the old house that's getting moved off or demoed.
Yeah.
And then it's right past that. And I want to see if any of the Conways are on. Jane, are you on? I think they kind of wanted to be on, but
Hmm.
can we wait for them to come on?
Yeah, I guess. Do we want to move to Design Associates?
Yeah,
All right. Okay, we're going to revisit the Canonicus. Is anybody here for the Design Associates projects? Oh, man, this is a little
We're on
crazy.
to 'em.
Val, we're back to you.
What about Warren's Landing?
Design Associates.
okay. This is, it'd be fairly simple.
All right. Again, because Val's recusing, of course, it's going to be everybody else, all the other members in the room. Okay, 17 Cannonberry. Main house first.
Wait a second. We're at 17 Canterbury or 4 Connecticut?
17.
Canterbury.
Annenberry.
The garage or the cabana?
The house.
There's three.
Yeah.
There's a house, there's a garage, and
And
there's
the
a
cabana,
cabana,
okay.
and I guess I have to put in for a pool. I didn't think I was doing that, but I am. You're very familiar with this neighborhood.
We are very familiar with this neighborhood. That indeed. Okay. Val, is there anything you want to tell us about this?
You know, it really isn't. It's a pretty simple little 1.5 story house that has additions trailing off the back. It's on a corner. But we have a pool positioned to screen, I mean, a garage
Yeah.
positioned to screen a pool. And landscaping. So the house is the first thing in
Mhm.
front of you. It's 27'6" height. With a little front porch.
What are the
and-
colors, Val?
Sorry?
Colors,
Oh, white,
white trim, white
White,
dash,
yeah.
etc.
black roof.
Okay. All right, Holly, anything? I forget. Always forget this area.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, Canterbury Lane is that 1970s subdivision that actually only had a couple lots on it until recent years. This lot is situated with on a corner with 2 driveways. So I just want to notate, not germane to the commission, but germane to Val and her applicant, that there would be a special permit required from the planning board unless they haven't done that already.
Mhm.
Appreciate how this dwelling is situated upon the lot. Since this lot is vacant with existing vegetations currently, maybe some should be retained for the required landscape buffer for the pool is just a recommendation to the commission. And then my only comment on the architecture is that the rear doors on the south are atypical, and I would recommend a 12 light with a kick panel. So those are my comments, Mr.
Oh,
Chair. Thank
okay.
you.
Yep. All right. Holly, thank you. Mickey, you got anything on this or is? Okay. How does their board convey stuff?
It's
Rangus?
Rob Benchley. Yeah.
Oh,
And he's not on right now, but he did mention to me that they didn't have any concerns on these
okay.
applications. So
Fair enough. All right, who would like to begin the discussion
I
on
can
this?
go
guy?
because I have a couple of questions.
Thank you.
Hey Val, the front of the house, is that on Reaper Circle?
Uh,
And does it go alongside Canterbury?
Yes.
It looks like you have enough room. I was thinking it looks a tiny bit lopsided on the right. I wonder if that hip roof on the front porch could wrap around to the left there and give it a little balance. That's what I would suggest. Yeah, it's going, so it's going along Canterbury. I think it would give it a little more presence. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Abby. And it looks like that's pretty easy to do. It's almost set up to do that. Who's next?
I'll go. I have no concerns. I think the French doors in the back could change or not. I think they're not going to be visible. The Holly's comment about the leaving the greenery, I would say enhance it if the pool is located along Canterbury. We just had one like that and we were very concerned about but I guess that's when we get to the pool. Sorry.
Well, yeah, and
Yeah.
and I think that the idea, what Holly was suggesting was not that it would be exclusive vegetation and natural, but like it would be a good start.
Yeah.
So yeah, yes, it would be enhanced, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Let's see. Diane, you got anything?
Yep, I think it's very nice. Would be nice to see a chimney on it, but not absolutely necessary. I think that if we're considering the vegetation at this time, are we doing that or not?
No.
Okay. But I think it's a nice, simple, nice looking building, so I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie, it's your turn.
Yeah, I have nothing further. I agree, the doors on the back won't be seen, but if they should be changed or not, yeah, nothing. It's nice
Okay,
little house.
thank you, Connie. I do like the idea of Abby's wraparound porch. Is that anything? Do you see what she means?
Yeah.
And the nice thing about that is that wraparound porch corner would face the corner where the two roads intersect. So it would be kind of like the interesting thing that you see right when you hit that corner. So I really like that idea and I'd be in favor of you doing it. I feel the same way about those back doors. I don't think they'll be visible. They're not really appropriate doors. They could be made so, but the visibility, I think, is a thing.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
If you're okay with that, with the wraparound hip
Yeah.
porch going the other side of the way and maybe put some plant. Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I don't
kick
think they
panels-
care
kick-
about the
kick
door,
panels on-
so we're happy to
Just,
do
yeah,
whatever.
just add some kick panels to the French doors would make it a little more. People might go for that a little more.
Appropriate. Yeah, okay, that's Abby's motion. On Abby's motion, Diane, thank you. Connie, thank you. Carrie,
I
very good. Abby, on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right, now we have the guest house, I believe, right?
It's a garage.
Oh, garage. Okay,
It's 22 feet high. Little over 520 square feet footprint. Facing Canterbury.
Is this the same?
The same property, yeah. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, because
It keeps coming up the same thing.
sorry, I went back to. Sorry, I'm at the wrong place.
I think one thing I need to mention is I want to change the windows to match the house, not the 2/2.
Oh, right, so they'd be.
The house was
6/1.
6/1, right?
Yep.
Mhm. Okay,
I have no qualms with this.
Mr.
Oh.
Chair.
okay. Oh, yeah. Let's let Holly go.
Thank you. I think the design and scale is appropriate for the subdivision and the main dwelling. My only question was, what is the north and west triangle rendering?
Oh, good question.
This here.
That's gotta
and
be a
this-
shadow.
Oh,
huh?
it's a shadow.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I'm like, that was my only comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And Wisconsin advisory.
Yeah, they're-
Okay. Okay, Connie, anything?
No issues.
All right, great. Anybody else?
I was just gonna say that if this was moved over a little bit in front of that pool, it's probably gonna make the pool a lot more palatable. If it were, sort of behind the garage, which. it
Well,
looks
I'm
like it
gonna
should be.
bring in a landscape plan when I bring in the pool, so pretend the pool's
But
not
for,
there.
for architecture, I have no concerns.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, Diane.
Yep, I think it's great, and the windows will be 6/1.
Correct. Yeah, and we can make that part of the motion, just to be safe.
I could make the motion to to approve is submitted with the windows being 6/1.
Correct. Very good. Thank you for the motion, Diane. On that motion, Connie,
Yeah,
Carrie,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Diane on your motion. Diane says.
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry, aye.
Okay, and I'm in favor, motion carries. Okay, you got one more application, right? A cabana,
Yeah,
all right.
13 feet tall with a cabana in front of it. I would change this window to a 6/1 as well. I don't know what my problem is.
Oh, it's funny, this one's a 6/6.
Mr. Chair, my only comment would be to have another window in the flanking gable.
Oh, interesting.
And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, comments from the board.
I'll go.
Thank you, Diane.
I'll have the window, as Holly said, and I'm wondering, being that it's the cabana, and it's gonna be open and shut, that it wouldn't be good to have a kick plate down at the bottom
Hmm,
without having glass right down at the bottom.
Which is an interesting concept, because I think we just approved the kick panel over on the doors at the house.
Right.
Like,
Can they do that on a sliding door?
anything else?
No, that's it. That's my suggestion.
All right, does somebody want to make a motion?
Can you show the site plan? Because I don't think that window that everyone wants to have is
It's
Going
not going to be visible. no.
visible from anywhere, and I think her plan can do without it. She doesn't, you can see there, she's got a bar there and the window pane. So I'm okay with it as it is.
Well, let's, how are you about the whole kick panel thing?
I know there's French doors out there without kick panels, so if she needs them that way, I don't have a problem with that.
All right, let's, can somebody give me a motion?
I would motion to approve as is. As submitted.
Okay, let's see how that goes. Carrie's motion is to approve as submitted. On that motion, Diane.
I,
Okay, Abby,
I'm a nay because of the visibility, so.
okay. Connie,
aye.
all right. Carrie on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. So the motion does carry 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you.
All right, now, folks. things are gonna get more interesting because let's see, Linda just entered the room. Oh, and Design Associates is on. So Linda, I'm sure that you understand the problem that you're faced with at the moment, which is Stephen, hold on, let me talk. Stephen is arriving on the boat at 5:30.
This is the main door.
So we're holding all the major stuff, and I would kind of say that you should be doing the same. Wait until 5:30 for your stuff.
Hallowell can go, because he's not on Hallowell.
Oh, okay. Wait, where is Hollowell? I'm seeing 126 Main and the Mariner Road projects. Well, okay, but now we get into the issue of Design Associates is actually in front of you in terms of that type stuff. So, all right, so
Yeah.
who's here?
Jane, my person.
Oh boy. Okay, so exceedingly complicated. So Val, let's go back to you at Canonicus, right? Because
Oh, we're not doing Linda's?
what Linda wants to hold her first ones, I think, which is, I think is a wise move
okay.
for Stephen to show up. Design Associates is on, but they're on right after you, so you're up.
All right.
Hey, Val, what side of the building did we put that hip roof on? Do you know that?
Yeah, that's the
was it-
west
Was
side.
it north,
It's west.
west? Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's visible from the north and from the west. The hip will be visible from those two sides. Yeah.
Just put
Okay.
northwest.
Sure. Well, that's exactly where it's going. Yeah. Okay, so folks, again, because Val's repping, this is all the members that are sitting in the room at the moment and on Zoom. Can't forget Carrie. So we're back to Canonicus over in Surfside.
Yeah, and Jane is on, the
Okay.
owner.
All right.
That's the garage at Canterbury.
Thank you.
This is.
And I think we have a neighbor too that wanted to speak.
Yes, that's me.
We'll get your name in just a second, okay? So are you starting it out, Val?
Yeah.
You kind of started it already, but.
I had sent as a little PowerPoint of the neighborhood, which I thought would have been a good place to start because I think it's important to see what's around it before looking and reviewing it. So here on the screen, I don't know what you have in front of you.
Nothing in that.
That's the site where the red arrow is. Next, yeah. Next slide. Some context for you. Again, the red arrow is showing the area. So there is a mixed bag. Behind us is our smaller houses, little cottages that were there. Probably the same vintage as the main house. And this is what's in front of us, directly in front of us. It's 13 Western and a fairly, I think it just got re-shingled, I'm not sure, 21 Western down the street. So just so you have an idea, there's a mixed bag here, and I also included the two houses that you approved last year and the year before. That's on the corner getting built now. And this is going in place of the existing structure that's there.
Okay.
At 11. Okay. So this is a very small lot. It's a lot of record, which is why you're allowed to build on it. It has a 672 square foot footprint. It's 2610 in height and it's a modular. charcoal gray roof, white trim, white sash, Hamilton blue front door. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I know there was some concern about the height. It's and the picture window, but picture windows are pretty common out there. That's not the front, that's the rear and the side. You have to go down one. Yeah, so that's the front. Jane, did you want to say anything?
Sure. Hi, everyone. Thank you
Hi.
so much for your time. I just wanted to say this is our family little complex we've had since 1949, and our house at 11 Western really needed a ton of work. So we decided we would redo with a modular. And my brother's property is 167 Surfside. So that's where we're putting a guest house. And then the Canonicus lot would be where I would be living, since I'm an island resident now and I have a business on the island. So I will be there. So it's not going to be a rental home or anything like that. And we love our neighbors. You know, we just wanted to do something that we thought would fit in well and just be basically a place for me to live.
Okay, thank you very much. Was there somebody else who wanted to speak? Oh, actually, no. Let's go to Holly first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment would be that it's appropriate for the neighborhood. My only substantive architectural comment would be, it'd be nice to have a flanking on the other side on the cross gable to kind of even it out what it looks like on the west and east elevations. But other than that, I think it's cute and appropriate. Thank you.
Holly, thank you. Was there a neighbor that wanted to speak on this?
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Graham Katz. I'm the neighbor at 3 Ariga. We've been there for more than my lifetime. And I would just speak against the proposed design because of its height. The context of the new construction is really right next to the old early 20th century cottages, and they're all built low and set apart on the open landscape. And they're dominated by the Life Saving Museum, and they share bulk, height, massing, and scale, and they're sort of attributable to their historic nature as cottages. They're simple in design, and they're almost all one-story buildings away from Western Avenue. They're all one-story buildings that are dominated by their surrounding vegetation. They sit into the vegetation. Whereas this proposed construction at 2 full stories right next to one-story buildings on an undersized lot is really out of scale with the context and vertically dominate the surrounding cottages. And it's sort of a large block on its own that emphasizes the sort of verticality of the building and doesn't establish any relatedness to the historical cottages that it's going to be right next to, just a few feet from. And beyond the massing and the scale, the proposed building, it doesn't share the orientation. All the other surrounding houses, the old cottages, are east-west axis oriented and face the Atlantic Ocean, as makes sense for beach cottages. There are other design elements in the cottage that I find a little bit disturbing, detracting. The cross gable on the south side and the 3 covered porches, but the scale is mostly what disturbs us about this construction.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else wants to speak on this before I give it to the board? Okay, board members, come forth.
So I don't have it on my thingamabob.
Is it up there?
Yeah, but.
Yeah, okay, there it is.
Okay, so we only had north and south, so I was
All right.
having trouble saying anything. But I could talk to the north and south.
Sure.
That's the west and east that you're looking at.
Yeah, if we go, okay, so if we go back to the north and south, so I think it's a bit too tall, I think, for the area. And I think it could come down pretty easily because it looks like right above that picture window, you've got a lot of roof in there. So, I mean, I think it could come down a couple of feet. I don't mind the picture window, but there's something out of proportion about that front, those 3 columns and that front porch right underneath it. It should either continue left and right to sort of ground it, and I also think something on the right-hand side, some sort of massing, like an added porch, would make it more balanced. I don't.
On the right-hand side.
On the right-hand side, yeah, a little bit of, a first 1-story mass of some sort.
Mhm.
Could I go down to the east and west? I think again, that sort of cantilevered porch with 3 columns is sort of stuck on. I'm not sure if the shingling with the inset balustrade is, I don't think it's really working. So, and I have no problem. with
Oh,
the
that's a
east.
roof, Abs, just,
I see. I
yeah,
see. So it comes down and then you have an inset balustrade.
yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have, but thank you.
Okay, Abby, thank you. Who would like to go next?
I'll go.
Thank you, Carrie.
I thought the scale of this was good. It doesn't read as a huge house, but I wonder if on I believe it's the south elevation, it seems a little busy with that little gable forward. I wonder if the gable forward went away and it just simplified the whole thing. And I wonder if that porch wants to run across the entire front to just sort of simplify the mass. And then on the other side where you have the second floor deck within a roof, the fact that it is only partial and it stops short, it doesn't get to finish. And I would run that all the way across. If you want to go to the west. Yeah, it just sort of, I think the reason why Abby thinks looks like it's just attached on there, if it ran across and really brought that whole side under that porch and with that porch. Other than that, I think it's okay.
Okay, Carrie, thank you. Diane, you ready?
Yeah,
All right.
I think along this thoughts that Abby had, I think it's too tall for where it is. I used to be the mailman out there, so I saw this area every day. And Carl England had a house there, and then the Whale building, which was an England one, how too, and then he moved him back and stuff. It and the 2 buildings that were on the unnamed street were bigger, but the most of the houses in the area are a little wider than they are tall. They kept as much as they could sort of on the first floor. And I would like to see it dropped a little bit. How tall is it, Val?
It's
27.
less than 27.
Less than 27. I don't know. I would like to see if we can get it down. And to give an idea of if you had to put something more. Does it take up the same space that the old house did?
There's no house on this lot. There never was. This is just a
This is
little,
the empty one.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. So if you could bring anything down and just give it a little added 1-story thing, it would be good. The design I have no problem with. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Connie.
I agree about coming down in the height and also on that west elevation. I like the idea of running that porch all across. I think it would complete it and not have it look so awkward.
Good. Okay, Connie, thank you. The thing that kind of gets me the most of all is the roof pitch, which is a 7 and 12. And it's most notable because you have this really adorable garage that I think we're going to review next, right next to it with a 9 and 12 roof pitch that looks so much better proportion.
I
So
think it was for
I'd
the
love
height.
to see that go to a 9-12. And of course, what that's going to necessitate is getting dormers, but I wouldn't mind having the dormers, shed dormers, run kind of, it's not a large building. So I think they could just sort of run the length with exception of the corners. And along that line, somebody mentioned, I think it might have been Kerry, about this like little added on gable on the south side. It's only projecting out like 1.5 feet. So you could almost make the building a little bit wider, have it be a really simple gable and just have shed dormers down either side. And it would be just far simpler and kind of more in keeping with Surfside. But those are my comments.
Through staff?
I'll make a motion to hold for a few revisions.
Okay, that sounds good. Let's see. On that motion, Connie.
I,
Thank you, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie,
Aye.
Abby on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. How about the garage? Did somebody say something?
Yeah, I think that was on.
My
the sim-
sister,
Simple
Oh.
1-story. Garage.
I don't have a problem.
no,
Yeah,
me too.
just blow this up a little bit and you've got your house. Okay, so let's see. Abby's okay, I think. Carrie, you're okay.
Yep.
Connie?
okay.
All right. Diane, anything? All right. Should we have a motion?
Motion to approve.
All right. Abby has made a motion to approve. On that motion. Carrie,
Aye.
Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Connie.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. All right. There you go, Val.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see. Now I guess we go to Design Associates. Is that Chris?
Yes, it is. Hi,
Hello.
everyone.
Hi, Chris. Hey, Chris, I'm sure you've been following along, but right now, Stephen Welch is on the boat. So we do have 5 members. We actually have 6 members. Val, Diane, Abby, myself, and Carrie and Connie are on Zoom, or Carrie's on Zoom, Connie's live. You're good with moving forward?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay, I'm gonna choose, let's see, you got a couple of different projects here. So I'm just gonna switch back and forth between the 2 associate members, Carrie and Connie. So on 83, let's do Connie. So,
May I interject 1 second, Ray?
yeah, of course, Chris. yeah.
I'm wondering about the sequencing here because this is sort of an evolution of taking an existing residence at 100 Baxter
Oh,
and moving it to 83.
oh, yeah, then
Brackety.
definitely we should go to 100 Baxter first.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So slight difference. So you're going to have regular board plus Connie on your 200 Baxter Road applicant. Actually, she'll sit on all 3. Why not? They're all interrelated. Okay. So got that, everybody? We're going to do the move off at 100 Baxter first.
And this is me moved to 83.
It's going to be moved to 83, but I'm sure Chris will describe that. Let's see. New business, 100 Baxter, move off. Okay. So, Chris, we got the Macris survey in front of us.
Well, that's
1940. So I think we can make relatively short work of this. Is literally the plan to take it and move it from 100 Baxter Road as is to 83 Sankaty as is.
No, well, with some modifications, with single-story addition, we're going to reduce the height of the house, and you'll see that on the next application, eliminating the porch railing, because we won't need railing any longer, eliminating some of the porch depth on the front of the house. So there are some changes.
All right. So do you have anything that you want to tell us about the move off from 100 Baxter, and then we're going to listen to Holly?
Well, I saw there was a picture of the house that actually Design Associates designed back in 1983. And I think Holly added that to the application. Thanks, Holly. In 2005, the Baileys essentially worked with Design Associates to pick the house up and rotate it on the site so it was squared up with Baxter, add porches and a small addition. So we transformed it. Yeah, go up, back up. That's the original house that was modified by the Baileys in 2005. That was not constructed in 1940, more like 1983. And I asked Jock Gifford, who was the lead principal on that house, if he recalled any 1940 structure there, and he did not. And I asked also one of the other former partner of mine, Scott Finn, no longer associated with Design Associates, if he recalled anything, and he said no. So can't help. And we've tossed all of our drawings and files, so I have nothing to refer back to in terms of archives.
Okay. But I guess having said all that, Chris, you're not planning to demolish it anyway.
No, not at all.
Okay, just making sure. Okay. You want to?
Yes, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Chair. So when the application came through, I noticed it was a move, and I know that, you know, the town, we're obviously happy that people are thinking about relocating off of Baxter, you know, as they come in case by case basis. And I reached out to Chris and said, wait a minute, I don't see any dates. And with his information that he's provided, I actually I had some time, shockingly, and did a little bit of digging and realized that this 1989 survey has the photo of the structure in question, but it was definitely the structure that his company built or designed in 83. And it was built in 83. Because I found the actual 1983 building permit for this new 2-story dwelling. And then there are subsequent permits in 2003, 2004 to relocate on site and add additions. And I also went a little further, did a little digging in NHA. There's the same exact photo that Mr. Flint Ranny, who gave all of his Denby real estate photos that he took over the years to their collection. And this is actually from 96, same exact structure. You can see with that quintessential 2-story gable. And then I also pulled the 1940 aerial town of Nantucket aerial maps, which is also available at the NHA. And that 1940 aerial map, if you look at the bend of Sankaty Road in relationship to Baxter, there's nothing there. So I would definitely agree with Chris that this is another example of our old antiquated HDC surveys of being incorrect. Another reason why I'm a big proponent of the town moving forward as we are incrementally updating our cultural resource surveys with the proper methodology, and there will be no questions on the contributing statuses moving forward. So with that, I concur with this move, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Does any member of the board want to say anything or have any concerns about taking this building and moving off of this site? If not, okay.
I think it's gonna happen a lot out there.
Well, you know, and we are reuse recycling, you know, I love that part of it. So should we just move this?
Yes.
Good.
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. So Val has made a motion to approve this move off as submitted. On that motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Diane, Val on your motion. So, and I'm in favor. Okay, there's one down, Chris. So now let's
Okay.
do the move on.
Good.
Well, is that what you would suggest?
Yes, exactly. Yes. Why don't we stay with that 2005 structure? That's the year it was completed.
Okay, so we're looking at, I'm slightly confused.
No, you have the garage apartment application looks like up, which I think that should be
Oh.
last.
Well, so this, the building that we just moved off, is that moving to 83 Sankaty?
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so I think that should be the next application that we review.
I
The
agree.
move on to 83 Sankaty.
Oh, that's not on here.
It is. Well, I
The
think you
bump
might,
is above-
Oh,
above the
does it
100.
say move on 100 Baxter?
no,
That's-
because so
It was a little confusing, yes.
Yeah.
So it
Yeah.
should say
This-
83.
Yeah, I think this is the application as I see it coming up. So move building on site, add, alter.
Instead of saying 83 Sankaty, this one actually said 100 Baxter. So that's where the confusion lies.
83.
So I'm gonna, as you scroll through these, and I presume we're gonna go right to the elevations. We've attached, as we like to do, the existing elevations on the top of the sheet and then the proposed elevations on the bottom of the sheet, so you can get a one-to-one comparison of the changes that are being made. Fundamentally, we're reducing the height of the house by a little under 2 feet. And as a result, we no longer are required to have the porch railings. So those are being eliminated. And also, I think it's a big, somewhat large feature is that we're reducing the depth of the porch, which is somewhere around 8 to 10 feet down to something like 6 feet. So you can see those differences there. There's a single story addition that's going, if you go back to the that front elevation, the west elevation, there's a single story addition that's on the right side. And then there's also a single story addition on the rear of the structure. We're going to maintain the same color and window styles and detailing in all respects with all the work so that it marries with the existing structure.
Okay, Chris, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the 1983 that was altered in the 2000s, moving to the site. The only concern that I have with this alter is actually the porch railing, understanding that they are not needed. It grounded the porch, and I think it should be kept. On the east, the fenestration on the side that has basically been that characteristic of this dwelling, which is actually shown on that old 89 survey. I maybe should move them closer together, but not ganged. They seem to be very apart. I think that's on the east. If you can go to the east elevation as. Thanks.
May I comment?
Let's let Holly finish.
Okay.
Well, okay, go
And then
ahead, Chris.
I do have
Sorry.
one.
Well, it's the bathroom design. There's a vanity that's between the two windows. That's why they're sort of pushed off
Okay.
to the side.
And then my further comment is just that on the south, make that a 12 light with a kick panel, although may not be visible from Sankaty Road. Those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Oh, Connie, you're still on this, right? So comments on this proposal.
I have no concerns.
Okay.
When does the house get lower? I know. Just saying.
When they move it,
Yeah.
because that's a good thing. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Val. Who's next?
I'll go if you want.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks.
On the south elevation, it seems to be a lot of fenestration. And I would like perhaps to see some reduce perhaps instead of having 5 windows in that. I can't tell, is that going to be, it's got a blue line around it? No, north elevation.
The north elevation.
Yeah. I would like to see that window reduced. That one?
It's existing.
Oh,
That's the
that's,
existing, yeah.
yeah, up there. I thought it had a blue line around it. I'd like to see some of the old windows separated. The one on the right side of the chimney, I guess, exists.
That's an existing too, yeah.
Yeah.
Seem to
So
be quite a few on here.
quite a few. Anyway, there isn't much helping on the existing east elevation. Those windows 1 over 1 on the 3-story sort of do not fascinate me.
Which elevation?
That
Okay.
is the existing east elevation.
I don't see any 1/1s.
No, just going up on the left-hand side.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like stacked
Yeah.
singly? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, he is changing that by adding that single story
Right.
mass popping off.
So that will help
Great.
to put the 2 windows. That will help a lot. And I think it's a case of working it out and making it fit in where it's going. There's a window being removed on that south elevation, which is good, but it's a height. How tall is it now?
I think it goes to close to 30 feet.
So it's becoming like 28 now,
28,
right?
yeah.
Yeah.
If it drops down that much, that would be good. So that would fit into what I had in mind.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Abby?
I'm okay with the move and yeah, I think that the gang windows is part of this style. So I think, I think he's done a good job sort of keeping that going.
Great. Okay, thank you. Connie,
I'm also okay with this.
you're good?
I'm good.
All right, I am too. So do we want to move this one?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay, that's Val's motion. On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
Abby, Connie,
I,
Diane on your motion. It was Val on her
It
motion,
was
sorry.
Val's motion.
Yeah, Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay, there's 2 for you, Chris.
Okay. Good.
Now, what I'm a little confused about is you have
There's a garage
Three app-
apartment.
what?
There's a garage apartment application.
Oh, that's why I'm confused, because it is not labeled that way, but we would find that under 83 Sankaty, right?
Yes.
Yes. So this is all new construction.
Got it.
on the same property.
On the same property that this house just got moved on to at 83 Sankaty.
You may want to look at the site plan.
Got it.
So the site, the garage apartment is closer to Sankaty Road than the primary residence. The garage doors are going to be they're not facing the street. So 2 garage doors are essentially facing the south.
Okay. Is that it, Chris?
Well, yeah, let's go look at the elevations.
Well, we're already looking at them. We got our little tablets here, so
Okay. Oh,
we're way ahead of you.
oh, you really have upgraded. I remember when Stephen was suggesting you guys do that. Wonderful.
Hey, Chris, guess what I learned tonight?
But
I learned how to turn it on. So we're really moving.
Well, I want to get, you have to get more folio trace on it now.
Exactly right. Holly, anything?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. The current site is vacant, but this will be built on the front of 100, front of the building that's being moved there. The south and the north shed dormers are very large and a little atypical, should be broken up. And make the window headers into the eave. The second floor windows also seem very large compared to the scale of the structure. Does the roof material, trim, fenestration match the main home? Of course, we want to make sure that is something that's retained. And then photos would have been helpful of at least of the site to know what's actually going to be mitigated once these structures are moved and built. And then the garage doors could be how they're rendered. They seemed a little bit atypical, but appreciate that they're proposed to be wood. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Mickey, I hate to keep coming to you, but well, not from you, but like, is there any like discussion between your two? Okay, all right. Just thanks. So I won't bother you anymore. Okay. So that means it's to the board members. Your comments, please.
Is this building going up from scratch? Or-
Yes, this is brand new,
Okay,
brand new
my
construction.
problem is those shed doors with the 5 windows up there. It's particularly on the north elevation. I think it's too heavy for the house if you look at the east elevation and the west elevation. Those are very well proportioned, and the house looks as it should, or a ex-garage, whatever you want to do it. But those shed dormers are not. I don't know what's up there. I don't see any particular interior. They should either be broken up 2, 2, and 2, or 2, 1, and 2. But I think, enlarge the windows below them on the first floor. Make them the same size. What difference does it make what's in the garage if it's being used as the garage down there? But it would balance the house out, particularly on the north elevation. But they're both elevations have the same, the south elevation is better balanced because it's got the garage doors underneath, but that north elevation doesn't fit into what is there shown on the other elevations. That's all.
Okay, Diane, thank you. Who's next? Folks.
I think I think maybe some windows in the garage doors. I don't know.
You're okay with it except for
Yeah.
windows in the garage
I
doors?
don't know if that's appropriate. I mean, I like the simplicity of just the wood, but those are natural to weather?
No, they'll be painted. Those doors are the doors that were approved for the garage apartment at 100 Baxter. So that's why they are there. We certainly can contemplate other designs if windows make it a little bit more palatable.
No, I'm not sure about that. I just was going off. Holly said they look a little odd, and I thought they looked a little odd, and I don't know why. What color is the trim?
Oh, what's it on the applications? Nantucket gray?
Yeah, I think if it's Nantucket gray, I would be fine with them. Just as is.
Okay,
fine
I'm
with-
sorry, cobblestone.
My favorite.
not my favorite either. Okay, anyway,
I'm not
gonna
get into that.
Connie.
I kind of agree with Diane about those windows, if they could be maybe 2, 2, and 2. I think it would just balance it out a little bit, but other than that, I like the east and west elevations. I have no other problems.
Thank you. The only concern I have echoes Holly's, which is dormers on either side are both quite large, and the window head should sort of hang off of, there should not be a shingle space in between the window head and the eave.
Right.
That'll just bring the whole thing down a little bit, which I think would be to its advantage.
Ray, can I comment on that? Because I
Yeah,
don't agree with you at all. I think that's the way it should be detailed, but we're also, the energy code changed the beginning of this year. And we actually, in earlier design studies, actually had the fascia and the a head trim on the windows overlapping. But because of, I think it has to go to R60 now for the roof, we're just thinking ahead. And that's what's happening there. So we certainly can do that. We have to look at it from an energy code perspective.
Well, respecting the energy code, which I think has yet to be adopted, by the way. And I, personally, when I heard what it was actually all about, I recoiled in horror.
Yeah, so did I.
I would love to, well, particularly down here, it's at odds. Well, here you go. Here's a case in point of the way the energy code really kind of is going to be very detrimental to the assembly of buildings in a historic way. So I would be in favor of dropping that down and just, if it comes up as a necessary thing, just come and visit us again, because if you're correct, we're going to be having an awful lot of discussions about this.
Consider it done, Ray.
Okay.
That's the way I normally would have detailed that. So.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the board?
What is the basic upshot of the remark of the new energy thing at least?
We don't want to go there
Yeah,
just
let's
yet, because
discuss
let me
that.
tell you, I had a conference and it was thoroughly depressing because I thought about how it's going to relate to all this stuff, but the town has to adopt it. It isn't yet adopted. It's proposed, but we'll see
So if
where
we
it all
get
goes.
this in quicker, it'll be better.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying is like right now, if you built to today's codes, it would be okay. But, Chris is just trying to anticipate the future.
I have one question for Chris.
Yeah.
Yes,
The little office appendage there,
yes.
does that have to have a higher wall height than the rest of the building?
Oh, you mean the eave popping up like that?
Yeah.
The eave. Like if that eave aligned with, if you look at the garage door south elevation, if it aligned with the fascia of the shed roof in front of the dormer above the
Mhm.
garage doors,
Like
Mhm.
that.
Can you do that?
I don't see why not.
Okay. that
I
would be
I
fine.
honestly don't know why we didn't do that to begin with.
All right, I'll make a motion
Whole eave will come down.
approve
Hey.
through staff with the little office addition to drop its eave down to be the same height as the garage, and the dormers to drop down so the fascia's on top of the window head.
Sounds good. On Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Abby,
Aye.
very good. Connie,
I,
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay. All right, now we're going to switch. We're going to go over to Warren's Landing and Carrie, if you could sit in on these two applications.
Yep.
Okay, these,
Could Connie be on this? I'm gonna go check into the,
yeah, sure. Connie, you're back on. Just when you thought you were out, they pull you back in. So, Chris, let's see. It looks like You're going to move a building and you want a historic determination on it. Why don't you tell us all about that?
Okay, well, this is, we're calling it the Boathouse. And through some historical research, if you want to keep scrolling down, I think it might be the historical research should come up. But Town Assessor's Office lists this as basically being built in 1910. And that's about the only information we can get on it. Ask the owners, they have heard that it mentioned that it was perhaps used for part of a farm. And I'm wondering if there's also some mention of a gun club. And I wonder if it was perhaps a hunting camp on Nantucket Harbor originally. There was an addition to the existing structure back in 1983 or 84. Otherwise, it remains in its current condition. So what we're proposing to do essentially is move it back from back from the water's edge and also bring it in compliance with the flood zone requirements. It's what's called a velocity zone. So, you know, essentially you have to put it up on piles, and the structure has to be designed to resist a 3-foot breaking wave underneath it. So that's sort of fundamental. So there you go. That's the best we could do. 1940, that little dot in the middle of that circle, and which seems to be and appears to be at about the location, the current location of the boathouse.
Okay. All right, Chris, thank you. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yes, although the tax assessor says it's 1910, this was part of, in which the owner actually even mentioned it in this documentation, that it was part of the Ramsdale farm. Mr. Warren Fisher Ramsdale, can understand why we have Warren's Landing and Fisher's Landing because of the Ramsdale family. He was born between in 1838 and lived into 1909. Ramsdale Farm is actually listed on the this map right here, which was done in the 1940s, but based on information that was done in the 1850s. So there was a couple of farms over there, and that yellow section indicates some as such, which makes sense. Again, the Ramsdales owned a lot of the land that is abutting right up to Nantucket Harbor. So I would concur with obviously this being a contributing resource, and I apologize that I didn't put it on consent, but I do think it goes hand in hand with the proposal that is before you for the elevation, which is required for resilient Nantucket.
Great. Okay, Holly, thank you. What do you think, board members?
Motion to approve.
Any concerns on this one?
Nope.
No, everybody good? Okay. So Val has made a motion to approve as submitted.
Yeah.
On that motion, Diane.
Aye.
Very good. Carrie.
Aye.
Great. Connie.
Aye.
Val on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Okay, so now you just want a historic determination, right?
No,
Right.
that is not what we just did.
You just did that, yeah.
Now we're doing the raise up.
Oh, sorry. No, I think, what do we call it when we write the letter? You know,
It's the historic termination. So it allows one, that's what we require for contributing resources,
right.
because at the end of the day, it requires contributing structures to not meet the substantial compliance section of the building code, so they can be elevated to a lower elevation, which
Got
is
it.
what we
Okay.
recommend based on the Secretary of Interior standards for flooding and elevation.
Okay. So now we're to the move structure portion. But you really kind of reviewed this, didn't you, Chris, earlier?
Well, we're raising this 7 feet to comply with the building code and FEMA requirements.
Well, correct. But in terms of it moving on the site, you addressed that, 10 minutes ago, right?
In the historic determination, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you said that it was going to move, or maybe I just inferred that. Holly, anything on that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. So of course, this is to lift the structure and push it back for FEMA. Located in the velocity zone 9. However, it should not be elevated 7 feet. That's very high and contrary to your resilient Nantucket design guidelines that you adopted. Appreciate that the dwelling is not being changed with only the addition of the necessary steps and landing. However, the elevation being so high adds to a new feature of just skirt boards. The commission may want to add some pilings to be visible to ground this cottage. I note that the stairs on the west, which faces Nantucket Harbor, are currently straight on with the door, while the proposed has the stairs off center off the door. Commission may want to discuss if this is appropriate visually from Nantucket Harbor, since this is a proposed high elevation that's on the harbor. We may want to have photos, excuse me, and we have photos, here it is, of what it looks like currently. And although it's being moved back, a streetscape, which is something that you recommend within your design guidelines, should maybe be required as a helpful tool for visualizing this elevation. Appreciate the skirt will be natural to weather, but it needs to be lower and the pilings shown to ground it better. Example, maybe looking at brick piers with natural to weather panels. Again, just because FEMA says it has to be moved up that high doesn't mean it has to. It's a contributing structure. If it was built brand new, yes, but this is a contributing structure. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chris, were you going to say something?
I have a few things to say, yes. And no one likes having to sort of comply with these flood zones and the architectural characteristics of putting these things up. But this is in compliance with the building code, and I think it's ASCE 24, which basically is noted in the building code. You have to look at it in this fashion, that raising this is actually an act of preservation. If we were to reduce the design flood elevation, which essentially is the line, which is the underside of the structure, if we reduce the design flood elevation, it puts the structure essentially into the face of a breaking wave, the 3-foot breaking wave that I mentioned earlier. And so that basically really puts the structure in harm's way. And as much as I'd like to be able to accommodate what's in resilient Nantucket, both wet flood proofing is not recommended for structures in a velocity zone, and dry flood proofing is not permitted by the code. It's prohibited by what I previously referenced as ASCE 24. So we're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Okay, Chris, let's thank you for the explanation. Let's see what the board members think about that and other issues. Okay, so same board.
I'll go.
Thank you.
I think that the door, the stair had to move because of the 2 level different heights of the deck. It would have been kind of a funky little transition there. The boards will be natural to weather, right?
Yes.
And I would surmise you'd plant some kind of grasses or something in front of it.
Well, it's surrounded by beach grass. And the owner is essentially looking to, nourish the bluff there and the top of the bank. And that makes it more stable, certainly, yes.
All right. Thank you, Chris. Val.
I'll go.
I think just
Wait.
keeping it simple is best.
Oh, sorry. I thought she was done.
Simple as in what he has. on the table.
Yeah, I
right?
mean, I did understand what Holly was saying about the piers, but then I think that draws more attention to it, and this is like a simple little camp.
Understand that.
Okay. Val, thank you. Carrie, did I hear you chime in?
Yeah, sorry, I thought Val was done. I was wondering if the boards should all go away, and it's a little reminiscent of the Emery house that we lost
Ah.
that's in the
Oh.
dunes. And is it,
Yeah.
is this in the dunes? I mean, is there sand under this building where it will be? And can you just let the sand come and go naturally?
Hmm.
As it might?
It's a good question. Chris, is it just basically out in the dunes?
Yeah, I mean, it's in some respects, it's still within the dunes.
Right.
We're not moving it back that significantly.
Okay.
Yeah, I might like to see it with no boards. The boards tend to make it very bulky, and maybe you just let it grow naturally underneath. Whatever happens, happens.
Okay.
Could I suggest one thing? If we could scroll back to the floor plans and look at the piling plan, because there are a lot of piles here. Are they showing up? Can you enlarge?
Yeah, they're showing up.
Okay.
Right. Okay. You see what Chris is saying?
Yeah, I still wonder. It's just
Okay.
it's a lot of base to a tiny little building. So
Yeah. Okay, Carrie, thank you. Who's next? Val,
I
Connie.
went.
Not
went.
Val, sorry, Diane. What the hell? Diane and Connie.
I would do it as simply as possible. I think it takes a cute little bungalow and makes it a big thing. I don't know what you can do about it. I think leaving it without the skirts may be the answer. How high did they have to put it up?
7 feet.
I mean, it's literally sitting on the ground right now, so.
Yeah. But 7 feet. I don't know. I don't know that there's an answer to it. I don't have a good answer. I think you have
Okay.
to take the skirt stuff away and let it.
Now I'm thinking maybe we should just space the boards more,
Mm.
so it's more open looking.
Yeah,
or just hold off on the boards until it's up and we see the pilings and see how it will
Oh, well.
weather in.
That's a good point. Now I don't think we've heard from you, Connie,
Yeah, I would be in favor of that.
of leaving it open and then
and
coming back with the
see
boards if
what
they're
it
too,
looks there, and then maybe space them. I just think I agree. It just overwhelms that cute little cottage.
okay. So Chris, it seems like the only thing between you and an approval on this thing is the skirt. Would you be amenable to just doing it just as piles? And then if it's looking quite, like, I'm not saying this in a disparaging way, but like Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, with all those houses up on pilings. We're going to approve it without the skirt board.
Okay, I mean, I have to sort of discuss this with the Leahys, but.
Well, do you want
yeah,
to,
let's do
do you want us to hold it?
No,
Yeah, I would suggest running with your approval.
yeah, no. let's
Mr.
do
Chair,
that.
Okay. Oh,
we also
Holly.
need elevation certificate.
yeah. So Chris,
and
you're
permit.
familiar with whenever we approve something like this, we need to have as part of the submission to the staff an elevation certificate so they can release
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Jeff Blackwell has got that for us, so we'll
All right.
do that.
Very good. So can somebody give me a motion?
Motion to approve without the skirt around the building to be revisited at another time, once it's up. An elevation certificate.
Very good. Thank you, Val. On that motion, Diane.
aye.
Thank you, Connie,
Aye.
Carrie,
I
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
Can I say
Thank-
one thing? Can I say
Yep.
one other thing? Just, thank you. I've never had so many approvals in one evening.
I was going to say, you can say something as long as it's laudatory. So
There you go. I
Good.
mean, that's 45 plus years too.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks a
you.
lot.
Have a
All
good
right,
night.
bye-bye. All right, now, folks, now it's going to get really interesting because Stephen Welch has finally joined us.
Thank you.
The prodigal has returned. Hopefully he brought pizza with him. So, no, is it really?
Yeah.
Oh,
5-minute break, 7-minute break.
you're going to go like now? Well, no, 9 Sherburne is up now.
Oh, okay.
Oh, like go. Oh, I understand. Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, I got it. All right. So for those of you in the audience not concerned with 9 Sherburne Way, Abby's going to be leaving after this application, but we'll still have a pretty full.
Is it okay if she goes? That's what
Well,
we have.
that's up to Abby.
If we do Sherburne, are we going to do one? I could go after Mariner Way, but I.
Okay, well, the first thing that we need to take care of, everybody, we are now, because Stephen is here, we're going to back up to item number 3, which is an other business item that a lot of you are familiar with, having to do with a misunderstanding that took place on an approval about 2 weeks ago. I forget exactly when, but essentially, it was unclear what the motion was, unclear to some members about what the motion was made for, what was actually approved. I want to review that. And then there are some other, once we've gotten beyond that, there are some other actions or inactions we're going to take. Now, I want to be really clear on this. Can you pass it over to Ronnie? This discussion is going to be among the 5 members of the board that were sitting on this application. We're not re-reviewing this application. This is going to be about the procedure that took place 2 weeks or so ago when the vote was taken. So with that, I think the first thing, why don't we get some clarity on what exactly the motion was for and what was approved by a vote of 4-1.
There was some question, I
Oh,
believe.
sorry. Wait. I said sitting members of on that application, but staff will be included, obviously, because they need to provide us with information. Sorry.
As he's pulling up the motion.
And Esme is pulling up the motion right now.
There was a question, I believe, in what was printed in our minutes and what is on the heard on the vocal thing, and it has been, it went one way, now it's corrected back. So what is printed as of today is correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to make sure that I have all this absolutely correct. Who were the members sitting on that application in addition to myself?
Me,
Okay,
I was.
Coom and Val, Coombs, Welch,
Oliver,
Welch,
Abby,
Oliver, Abby. Okay, thank you all. Now, so what are we looking at on the screen? Okay, that's our motion and approval, right? And that's not on our little.
I can pull it up right now, Mr. Chairman, if you give me your tablet.
Okay, I'm just going to read this aloud. On my tablet? Oh, it's on there? Okay. basically the motion was made, I believe, by Stephen, yes, and the motion was to retain the historic elements as shown in the demolition plan, subject to a site plan preview and approval of its relocation, that being the portion of the building that was going to be retained on the site. Okay. And when that motion was made, the vote was taken, and there was Coombs, Welch, Oliver, Cole were all aye, and Abby was in opposition. So that's where we are. I suppose I should open the discussion now. There are some things that I now know about this procedure, but we're here to discuss basically that vote.
Me too.
Sure. Everybody who's sitting on it is entitled to speak.
You want me to?
Yeah.
Speak listening to the whole conversation, which went on for quite a lot, and who was doing what and when, and who was taking that, and the interior and the good wood that could be used and all this stuff. Then the motion came, and I was under the impression that we were going to review it as to the questions about it, and that it was going to go back to be reviewed. And if the review came out the way it was supposed to, or whatever, that we would approve it. But I was under the impression it was coming back to the board to get that approval. And that's, I'm not saying I was right. I'm just saying this is what my mind came up with, and that is why I approved it, because I thought, well, it goes back, it'll get studied, and then it will come back and we will have a vote on whether to split it up or not. So that is why I was asking the vote to be rescinded, because I misunderstood it. Nobody's fault except my own. So nobody can say that somebody did something wrong. All I'm saying was what I heard was not what the actual vote was. And when I have gone over it now, I see what I should have understood, and I wouldn't have voted on it because I wouldn't have torn it down. You know my opinion of demoing or even moving buildings. I am the other way. So that's why I come to you, that it was a mistake on my part. I hate to see a building of that age being destroyed because one member of the board made a mistake. So that's why I asked for revision, to have it rescinded and
Okay.
do it again. Okay.
Okay. Yep. That all sounds like the way I understood the situation. Now, so assuming that the other members would vote the same way that they voted before on this, it would still be a minority vote. It'd be 3 in favor, 2 opposed. And I don't want to sort of make more of this than we need to make of it, but there is actually, is brought to my attention, there is a danger in voting to rescind this. Let's pretend that we all decided we were going to reconsider this. Okay. And we decided unanimously to rescind the vote. We received a letter today from the attorney representing the owner that brought up the point of our 60 days to review. When we made the motion to approve what we did, they were still within the 60 days. So that holds. If we move to rescind that at this time, it's been more than 60 days, so they do not have an approval. So they are granted an approval for everything, like for everything. What's the term? Somebody help me. Prescriptive, no, a prescriptive grant, right? Constructive grant. Constructive grant means that if a regulatory agency does not act within a certain time frame and is not given permission for an extension, then they get their approval by default because they've lapsed the 60 days.
We've done that.
And that's, yeah, I know we've made the mistake of doing that. Well, so if theoretically, and I think we are really talking about a theoretical possibility here, if we voted, a majority of us voted to rescind the approval that was made, then there wouldn't be an approval, which would mean that there would be an approval because of constructive grant. Thank you very much.
I already knows the minutes.
Yeah, exactly. So
Can,
Well, I've got a couple of things to say.
okay,
I think it should also be reopened because we have new historic information about the building, which might change the board's mind. And I
well,
just did
no,
want,
okay, I wanted to say one other thing. We can't reopen for review because according to Robert's rules, that had to have been done the meeting after this was voted through, which was last week.
well, the other thing is that we have asked this, we voted on that March 28th. And then Diane brought it up that she felt she made a mistake, so I don't know if that extends, but
No.
I was originally the chair on this, and I think you had said you had to abstain because I can't remember why, but that's why I was the chair originally on this. And I don't really know what happened that I was taken off chair and then Stephen was the chair.
It was actually a
And
different application.
Yeah, I don't believe I chaired this. Did I? I made the motion.
But I think it
I think we need to be, I'm sorry, Abby, I think we need to be clear about whose roles were what before
Well,
we just saying.
I think we can ask the staff to find that out.
Well, they can look at the
Abby's
minutes.
talking, let her talk, but
So
Thank you, Diane.
anyway, that's part of the process that I think might be looked into. And I just think it would be an embarrassment to get this wrong. And because it
Okay.
is a confusion.
So point of information, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
can you clarify your role in this application, please?
me?
Abby just said that you had recused and you were chair.
Oh, well, no, I'm the chair. If, I think it's a simple statement.
Yeah, that's all I was
Yeah,
saying.
okay.
No, I mean, originally I was the chair.
Well, no, it's I believe.
Mr.
pretty
Chair,
sure
if
it's
I
a
may,
different application.
there was a previous application for this structure, I think a year ago, specifically for this, and it was withdrawn by the applicant. And I could probably ask the applicant now. And I believe that's when you were chair, but this application that you all did approve 4-1, Ray was the chair. If I may, if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to get a clarification on the motion as a point of,
I'd like to
Order.
wait on that, Holly,
okay, thank
if you
you.
don't mind.
Yep.
And
Let's make sure that we answer our question.
yeah, definitely.
Did you have something to say, Stephen?
No, I'm gonna wait until other people speak and then I'm gonna make a motion.
Okay, so, well, as I understand it, you can't reopen this for discussion. That time frame has lapsed according to Robert's rules. So we can. Someone can make a motion to rescind the motion. That is legal. That's permissible. Which I believe is what is written in here right now.
if we did that, then the constructive, what's his
Well,
would come up, right?
yes, okay. Counsel for the applicant said correctly, that if the HDC or any other regulatory agency does not act on an application within the time frame that they're allotted to do that, which in our case is 60 days. If we do not act, if we do not move, if we do not give them an approval or a disapproval, they get an approval by default.
Wasn't Diane asking for it? Right, like the week after, doesn't sort of add on?
No.
So how
Let's
do
just
you-
look at this,
It didn't give us.
because I got my Robert's
We
rules
voted on it. We
today,
closed-
but if we voted on Tuesday night. The following Tuesday, because I don't believe we had a meeting on the Thursday, I brought it up. And asked that it be put on the agenda, but it couldn't go on the agenda that night, which. The lawyer said it has to be done the next one because of the way our agenda sets. I could do a twiddly dance all around, but it wouldn't have gone on the agenda. Because it would have to go on the next one, because it was
Okay.
brought up that Tuesday. What do we do about questions that
Okay.
happen like that? We have to.
All right. So
Work
listen, we could spend a lot of time on this, but I see a path forward.
Can I address something?
Yeah,
I'll wait.
will you?
Yep.
Okay. If I'm not a lawyer, I can't address the idea of the extension of time because you brought it up under, commissioner comment. I can't speak to that. So if we're going to do something on this tonight, I want to have a motion. What the board is entitled to do at this juncture is to move to rescind. And if we are, taking account of what the owner's council has said, we might potentially be exposed to that. Whether or not we are, we will find out. So there would be a motion to rescind. Should we do the motion to rescind?
I'll second it.
No,
Well, not second it.
Do the
You need to-
motion,
you need to
please.
Just do the motion.
Oh, well, Diane, do you want to make the motion?
Well, I'll make the motion, but I'm trapped about making the motion. I'll make the motion, but I don't want them to get whatever else they want and move where they want.
Well, fortunately, in this case, there wasn't much more, and I think that their plan is to retain the oldest part of that building.
All right, then
Anyway.
let's try it first.
Okay.
So it doesn't happen some other time.
Okay.
I will go I will vote to request to rescind it.
Okay,
And I will second it purely for purposes of discussion on the motion. Which is required of a second.
I keep forgetting that little fact, but.
Well,
thank
I
you
just
for-
wanna-
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so
So may I?
Stephen has seconded the motion, and I believe he wants to speak on the motion.
Right, so I just want to clarify, my motion was based upon a determination to retain the small clip gable portion of the structure, which was to the information we received and the information we received subsequently, to my mind, the important historic aspect of that structure. Otherwise, that structure, in my mind, is intrusive, as defined in Appendix C of our guidebook. So I just wanted to clarify, that was the basis of my determination, the basis of my motion. It had nothing to do with the age of the wood inside and parts of the structure and knots in other parts of the structure. Although the information can be informative, I believe we'd gotten past that in our discussions. So I just wanted to clarify that portion at this point. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is there anyone that wants to speak on the motion, which is Diane's motion to rescind? Okay, if there's no,
Can I just say something? Because if we're going to bring it up again, could we bring it up? Sorry.
oh yeah, you're not
Sorry.
turned on.
Sorry, could we do it May 3rd? Because I will be away.
Separate.
Well,
it's
yeah,
separate.
that's a complete side.
But we can, but
Okay.
it's
Okay, so Diane's motion is to rescind the approval that was made on, we said March 28th.
March, yeah,
Correct.
28th, yeah.
On that motion, Val,
No,
no. Abby,
I,
Stephen,
No,
and I'm a no. So that motion fails.
Don't I get to vote?
I thought I got you,
No.
but yeah, I'm sorry,
It's
on your
an-
motion.
It's an I.
Okay, so that motion fails, 3 opposed, 2 in favor. Do we want another motion?
yes. I'd like to first by saying that apparently there's a letter circulating claiming that the minutes are de facto information and they've been revised for some reason. These are draft minutes, as we all know. The reason they get posted to the website is so that people, applicants, agents, and applicants can go and without much delay, go ahead and make revisions to their drawings. So to the extent that they're a draft, they are inaccurate because members of the commission have not had a chance to review them. They were also taken from YouTube. And you all recall, we don't have a official minutes taker. I think that's important to note. That being said, I may have said there was a threat of an appeal. I don't think an appeal is a good use of the HDC's time in this matter. I don't believe that an appeal is a good use of the select board's time in this matter. So I am going to make a motion to amend something previously approved. And that motion is I forget what it's called. It's a primary, or it's I don't know all Robert's rules. I know Stephen's rules. But in any event, I'd like to make a motion to amend something previously approved, and then we'll have discussion on the actual amendment. And the motion is been made, Mr. Chair.
Okay, the motion is, at this point, is simply to reopen something that was.
It's to amend something previously approved.
And you need to state what that previous approval
I
is.
believe we vote on, I think we vote on
Right there.
that it's a motion to amend something previously approved. So what we would do is we vote on the amendment, and then I would make the subsidiary motion, which is what the amendment is. But I can't give you the subsidiary until we vote to actually proceed.
No, I understand, but don't you need to identify the
Yeah,
approval? It's right there.
well, yeah,
I mean, we all know what it is, but I
Yeah.
think you need to request that.
so in the matter of 9 Sherburne Way,
Thank
as shown on the screen, motion to retain the historic elements as shown in the demolition plan, subject to site plan review and approval of its location on the property. My motion is to amend that motion previously approved.
Gotcha.
It requires a majority vote.
Understood.
I have a question on that and I have a motion.
Well, no, there's already a motion on the table. Okay, so what's your question?
My question is, subject to a site plan review, and does that mean that we are waiting to see where that part that is
We need-
retained, where it's going to be on the site? Are we going to have, okay.
Okay,
Mm.
so on Stephen's motion, Val,
I,
Diane,
We're going to review what he's
Okay.
already done, right?
what Stephen is requesting doing is opening up that application so that we can alter the language of that application,
A motion.
of the motion, yeah.
That's all this motion is going to do, is to open it up
That's
and
correct,
check the wording. Okay,
correct.
hey,
You're in favor?
yeah.
Okay.
Do that.
I would be a nay because I'm not really sure if, it's not being a lawyer, like, I don't know if I'm losing something that I could be gaining from it, and I'm trying to fight this as hard as I possibly
Right.
can.
Okay, so you're against Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor. Okay.
So
Now,
my motion, I'll give you in a moment. There's the legal theory been presented to us that there is a constructive approval if this application has opened. If that's the case, we've just opened it. But the constructive approval is that we must act to approve prior to 60 days having passed. I'm not going to make a motion to modify approval in the sense of it's been approved or not approved, I am going to make a motion to refine the language for clarification purposes. So the motion will be to motion to retain. Strike the, after motion to retain, strike the and insert important elements. So it'll read motion to retain the important historic elements. You know what, Sarah would want this in writing on the screen.
Would you take your time and we can,
Well, I was traveling and I had it on my computer. I can't get my computer open. Do you have a?
Oh, you mean right up on the screen?
Yeah,
Oh, that
thank
would
you
be
so much.
totally fabulous.
like they do at town meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, before I make the motion, I also want to clarify, we're not opening up the move off portion. So even if constructive approval was argued that we open this and the original application could be approved, we haven't opened the move off. So an attorney could argue that point, but it wouldn't gain them anything because there's nowhere to move it to, unless it's followed the motion we originally approved.
Okay.
I don't know if you're following that, but basically constructive approval says that the original application is approved as submitted. Well, this was for a demo move off and not for a move on. And so the tail end of that hasn't been argued. There's actually some other nuances. I'm not going to get into the meeting because I don't think it serves everyone's purposes to pursue them. So the motion, Holly, could you bring the other one up on a split screen?
You want my iPad? So you can see it?
I apologize, guys. I was traveling on a.
well, don't you want to take your time? to-
Well, I've spent hours on this, Abby.
No, I can't.
Okay. Yeah, can I look at this? I'm just gonna give it to you, Holly, and then you could put on tracking. Motion to retain the historic elements. Shown in the demolition plan. Comma, subject to a site plan review and approval of its location on the property.
Not relocation.
Well, that was put in as a clarification. Okay, that was the original. So what I'd like to do is, can you put,
Except for historic was not there.
yeah, hold on a minute.
Yes, to retain.
The historic. So could you add retain the historic elements? And then click on tracking. Boy, I'm glad we don't do this regularly.
Me too.
Replace the with important.
Oh, geez.
XGA is so yesterday. Before the comma after plan. I.e. I period, E period. Comma, those portions in the plans not shown for demolition. Double dash. A double dash,
What's a double dash?
a dash dash. And then if you could go back up to after plan and do a double dash. And then just I period, E period, comma.
I think a colon is the right thing.
Well,
That's a semicolon.
yeah, period, comma is what Grammarly would tell you. Okay, so retain important historic elements as shown in the demolition plan, i.e. those portions in the plans not shown for demolition. We can delete the comma after the second double dash. Subject to site plan review and approval of its relocation on the property. And I believe that that's still relevant for us to want to look at it. Is that what? I mean, I'm open to staff approval at this point.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, you mean what those things are?
Yeah.
It-
Well, let's just leave it as that. So that's, Holly, will you copy it and put it down below it and then accept the changes? Sorry to
Okay.
be directing, but I just,
All right.
if I
So
had my computer.
that is the modified motion.
Okay, I have one more motion I'd like to make
No, okay. If,
after that.
if, okay.
Mm.
If Stephen's motion fails to cover, then
May-
we will entertain another motion.
May I ask? Whenever you all veer away from doing an approval straight out or it's denial, it's staff approval. So my question to this is, as a staff, I see this as a revision, and I just wanted to question if that was the intent.
Yeah, and so what I was trying to clarify at the meeting before last was that it was approved, but it wasn't intended to be a staff approval. And then I think the minutes were revised to indicate staff approval, but that's not actually was the full intention. So it is intended that it would come back to us for a final review. So this demolition has been approved and the retention has been approved, subject only to our reviewing the site plan of where it will be relocated on the site. That was the original motion. And I'm just clarifying what's
Well,
being
I want to
retained.
clarify what you're clarifying.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, we will see it again, but we won't open up to whether or not the entire building is slated for demolition or not, or how much of the building is being slated for demolition.
That's correct, because that was approved in our original motion and vote. And that's why I was saying, I don't know that constructive approval even comes into play because we're not changing that approval. But yes, that's what was approved.
According to the language that we
According
just
to this and according to our prior. This just clarifies that element that was approved.
But it
With-
doesn't say anywhere to come back for the final look.
Yeah, it says subject to a site plan review. And it's
Oh,
approval
in the
of the
commission?
Well, yeah, it's got to come
By-
back to us, guys.
by the commission.
Yeah, because otherwise we would
Actually,
say through
we
staff.
should, we should add that language just so that it's crystal clear.
Yeah, I think it's fine, but just to be clear, it's
Okay,
redundant.
Can you
Unless it
just-
says staff approval. it's-
are you okay with that? Adding,
Yeah, sure. They put it in
by
written
the
rules
board.
Subject to a site plan review and approval of its relocation on the property.
By the-
Subject
by
to
the board.
commission,
commission.
subject to
Oh,
commissions,
Okay. It is in there.
just subject to commission.
Yes, it is in there. Commission is us.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
get rid of A.
is that your motion, Stephen?
Yes.
Okay, so on Stephen's motion, Val, Diane,
No.
Abby.
No.
Stephen on your motion,
Aye.
and I am in favor of Stephen's motion, so that motion carries. So that concludes that for now.
And I apologize profusely for not having access to my
Oh,
computer. This would have been a
So I did
3-minute.
want to try one more motion.
But it's all over, what do you make in a motion?
But because I have new historic information on the building.
How do you, it's not an agenda item. It's
There
not
we
on
are
the-
in the question of,
it's not on the agenda.
So I reviewed the information that I received.
We're discussing 9 Sherburne.
No, we just took a motion on it and we
Okay.
have an approval on it.
Do you mind if I?
No, it's just,
Yeah, we gotta move
Forget it.
on.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basic operating. I would suggest we each take a class on Robert's rules. You can't be,
Well, I think that we have to.
yeah.
Isn't that part of? We all need to be doing it.
It's not,
Okay, enough.
we
of
have a
that.
responsibility,
Enough
guys.
of that. Okay, so now the fun is just getting going. We're on to old business, 126 Main Street. Board, myself, Stephen, Abby. Oh, same cast of characters on this one.
These are the heavy hours.
T.S. Eliot or somebody.
Yeah, I don't know. It came to me on the boat ride over.
Hopefully for the last time, Linda Williams for the applicant and owner. It was a very large packet. I put in the more details that we found from the foundation. The side that is unpainted had been painted. Evidently, when they cut that wall and cut some of the foundation in the sills, it started to cave. So they reconstructed that west wall, which is why it doesn't have any paint anymore. Because then they took the stones, some of which are lying under the tree, and cemented them back onto the wall. They cemented the interior grade up also the same way. I've seldom seen that happen before, but there you go. So we'd like to paint that west side to match the other two sides, which they did not have to reconstruct because they didn't do any big construction on those sides. But this side was in bad shape. They didn't really take care of this house all these years, and it's now being tenderly taken care of. Everything that was taken out of the interior, we're spending a lot of money every month, like we did at 65 Center, in storage. So it's coming back into the structure, but we're sticking to the exterior. So what we ended up doing was having Bracken come back and give you a benchmarks all over the structure. Steve, we did correct that one that was mislabeled when you saw it last week. And we put the HDC survey on the right side of that one plan, which is down, I think, below this, and put the benchmark on the left side. And Bracken will be managing the height of the foundation as well as all the other benchmarks as this proceeds when the house is picked up and the foundation is redone. And then the exterior is put back on vis-a-vis all the photographs without cement, without 2-inch joints on the stone. And we reduced the side elevation down to 14 feet from the street. And that is only 1 foot wider than it is now. As far as the width front to back, it is very consistent, and I have more photographs, but they've been in the file for a while, that the width front to back, north to south, is very consistent with all of the other Ls that are on Main Street and Woodbury and Orange Street, et cetera, et cetera. I can give you the pictures again if you need them. And I believe that was pretty much where we were. We'd already made the other changes that you asked us for, reduce the fenestration in the back, put the railing back on the east, and fix the center windows on the east, which is pretty much all that was the comment on the east. The west elevation is calm compared to 128, which was the first picture in your packet. And I believe that's pretty much where we are at the moment. The porch is being reconstructed. The double French doors, as we mentioned before, are being reduced to 1 French door and 1 window instead of 2 windows and a double French door. The gang windows on the rear addition, which is some 40 some odd feet back from the road, were removed, and the gang windows under the porch on the north side of the original 1996 addition were removed in favor of singles that match the rest of it. We have taken and put the TDLs on the entire old section as well as the north side of the new addition, and SDLs where you can't see them on the side and on the rear. And we've left the chimney in the same location to rebuild using the same brick, and we'll match the brick with water struck distressed brick to make sure it looks the same. We have details of that. And I'm not sure what else we can tell you. The rear, I think, had been accepted the last time we were in here. They are corrected 12 light with a kick panel. And the area under the porch on the west is not visible. It's completely under the porch. So though it looks rather odd and flat, it is actually entirely under the deck with matching the current skirt, which is a vertical natural weather board. And the front stoop is being done exactly as it is now, though the original photograph, which we showed you the last time, the front steps went straight out to the street with about 8 or 9 steps, obviously not code today. And somewhere along the line, when the sidewalk was redone and the street laid out, they changed the steps so they didn't go over the property line to go left of the front door and then down again onto a brick situation with 2 more steps down to the sidewalk. But previously, the original was straight out to the street. The threshold isn't changing because he's tagged the top of foundation at 54. And our drawing on the same sheet, which is below this one, also says 54. So I'm not sure if there's any more questions, but I think we've answered everything. We're adding a couple of windows on this side to make it a little more consistent and to line them up. The house at 128, as you've seen, that has a chaotic window fenestration with at least 3 different sizes of windows. So it's a little bit more normal than the one next to us, as well as the one beyond that. So if anybody has any more questions, if you want to go down to that site plan where they're side by side, that'd be helpful. I think it's below these.
Which site plan? Linda?
You'll see it in a second. Steve saw it. It may be on another attachment or maybe at the top of this one. That's next door. Is it at the very top, Esmeralda?
It's
There's-
just above the front elevation.
Yeah, there are 3 sections to this because of such a large, oh yeah, and as far as the foundation, they're all painted up there for the most part. The ones that are raised this extent, they're black, dark green, mostly gray. The ones on both sides of us at 124 is, I think that's Quaker, if not Nantucket. The one at 128 is Quaker gray. So we just submitted some pictures of the colors of everybody else up there, which is not uncommon that these raised foundations are painted. I think it's on the top of this though, isn't it, guys?
I have
Okay.
it right above the proposed north elevation. I have the site plan.
Oh, here's some of the foundation stuff where we were able to peel off the concrete. Great. Yeah, it was just falling off in our hands. And they actually smeared the concrete over the top of the rubble on the west elevation. It took me a while to figure out what happened here. But then we went inside and then I looked at the outside compared to what was below grade, and below grade is still the original and above grade was removed and replaced with a lot of concrete.
Okay.
Can you not find the side by sides on the benchmarks, guys?
No, well, I'm looking at it.
Okay.
On my pad.
All right, because I don't see it up there. But that's going to tag
In
the
my
foundation.
package, it's 2 of 13.
There it is. So if
Okay.
there's any questions about that, Bracken has lived up there for a couple of weeks,
Okay, very good.
which I believe is the
Um,
biggest sticking point left.
All right. Thanks, Linda. Holly? your
Thank
turn.
you, Mr. Chair. So again, for the record, this is the EW Cobb Arthur B. Collins house. There is an HDC survey on file listing as contributing. It's a circa 1750 typical Nantucket. And the HDC survey indicates that the date of initial construction was believed to be before the American Revolution. Appreciate the detailed photos, the engineer's survey plan by Bracken, and appreciate the legible elevations, very helpful. And also there's a lot of things that have been cleared and clarified in the plans depicting the TDL in the main block versus the SDL in the addition, which is something that the commission has approved time in other instances within the OHD on contemporary additions. Let's see. Oh, there was one question that I had on one of the elevations where it's on the demo plan on the east. it said move RO, and I wasn't sure I couldn't discern what that meant. As far as the foundation itself, I think the photos are very telling that what I would call the phantom pointer came around with the Portland cement. That's a joke from college. Sorry. When Portland cement came into play and it took the place of lime mortar, that actually doesn't help. Obviously, when you have the friction between, there's nothing to move, and it actually hinders the brick. When it comes to the foundation, I think any color really would be appropriate. But it's, I would want to mention that the way the foundation is now is what it's been for quite a few years, as well as the front porch. I'm glad that's going to be, what's it called? And like kind replacement. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair, and you do have abutters in the queue.
Rough
Sure.
opening is just remove one of the windows to
Right.
line them up.
RO
on the
is rough
east.
opening. Thank you.
We do have our attorney here who'd like to comment. He's right here.
Well,
All right, he's gonna want to respond
all
after
right.
this.
because we have a certain sequence here. Members of the public, including Mickey.
And again, I object on the record.
Your objection is
Thoroughly object
Identify,
completely.
Mickey, identify, you know. the
Mickey
drill.
Rowland.
Thank you.
Representing the former HSAB work group, which is Angus McLeod, Lucy Dillon, Jason Leonardo Finger, and Mary Bergman. So our comments are very brief. We're all, the only comment thing we're trying to make sure gets continued is in the discussion was something that was brought up earlier, which is what is going to be done with when the new brick on the front of the building is replaced. Will there be sort of like a sample board created to ensure that it has a kind of an antique quality to it rather than just new brick?
Yes, we have agreed to do, we've done it before on another foundation where we did actually once it's up and down, we did an actual section of grubble and brick.
Yeah,
So Holly can come
let's
take a look
discuss
at it.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But
We're
brick
fine
and
with that.
stone, Both.
We're fine with that.
Thing, right. Yeah, I'm actually frankly more interested in seeing how the stone comes off. Thank you, Mickey. Okay, now I'm going to recognize other members of the public who, is there anybody in the room? Okay, there's nobody in the room. Are there people on Zoom? If so, the usual drill, unmute and your name for the record, please, and your address.
I can go first. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
My name is Kevin Toth of 128 Main Street. My family and our neighbors have been following this development with concern. So first off, thoroughly appreciate the revisions that were made, but sadly, despite the HTC's very patient and generous accommodation of this application through many rounds of revisions that failed to address the HTC's comments, I'm afraid that the revisions still fall short of addressing critical HTC comments and still disturb the appearance of this important historic home facing Main Street. Is one of Nantucket's most famous or most significant streets and most publicly traveled ways. So I'll make my comments brief, and for efficiency, I'll highlight just a few of the points that the HTC requested that the applicant remedy at the last several meetings, but are still not addressed. So as the HTC patiently noted at multiple prior meetings, the submitted plans do not clearly show the changes as seen from Main Street against the existing historic structure, which makes it difficult to understand the magnitude of what is now being proposed. For example, none of the submitted drawings clearly show that the proposed right side mass facing Main Street is larger than the existing right side mass. The additions and the other changes are highly visible to those walking along Main Street, yet the aerial view drawings on page 2 of the submission do not capture how much busier and bigger this simple Quaker home will look from Main Street. This disturbance of the streetscape is only made more apparent by the destruction of the lovely side yard along Main Street, which is being replaced with a new parking area and walkway, even though no parking area is required and the upheaval endangers the historic town elm that borders Main Street. We also note that this is the first time we have seen the proposed walkway from Main Street. On the north elevation facing Main Street, The proposed side addition has not been sufficiently narrowed since the February 21st meeting, the March 14th meeting, or the March 21st meeting. In fact, it has only been narrowed a measly 11 inches and is still, completely too wide when viewed from Main Street. Given the number of times this comment has been made by the HDC, we would have expected to see a good faith reduction in size of at least 3 feet or so. That is proportional to the existing width viewed from Main Street. On the west elevation, which is also clearly visible from Main Street, as noted at the prior meetings, the west addition is still too massive. The existing addition is only 12 feet 8 inches, but in the plans do not clearly show how much larger the new addition is. The last set of plans, which were actually clearer on this point, showed that the proposed west addition is nearly 20 feet, which represents a 60% increase in width, all of which can be seen from one of Nantucket's most iconic and historic ways. For brevity, I've only mentioned a few items in an effort to keep this application's discussion short, given that there are yet again strong grounds to deny it. The instructions, which the HDC has repeated at multiple meetings, were to go back and listen to all of the comments laid out by the HDC, but this still hasn't happened, even though the HDC has continued to be so accommodating and patient with this application. As commissioners have noted in prior meetings, this proposal is a completely new house with the disguise of an existing old house, and this is not preservation at all. This plan does violence to the historic streetscape of Main Street in the heart of our historic district. It is a great privilege to have an old historic district, and as always, we look to you, the HDC, to help protect it. Thank you so much for all your time on this.
Can we just clarify just a couple of his points?
No. I want to get,
All right, because we've reduced it 6 feet since the beginning.
Is there anyone else on Zoom who would care to speak on this application? Good. Okay, so now it's our turn, fellow board members.
Did you want to hear from Steve or after over?
I'll wait.
Okay. He'll wait. He's comfortable.
Let's hear the board has to say. Okay, who would like to go first? I know.
You looking for someone to talk?
Yeah. Yes, I am, please.
You got it.
All right, I'll go.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'd kind of like to wrap up because that's what my notes are headed towards.
Right.
Is the tail end of the discussion.
Could I ask for clarification of something Linda said?
Very briefly, and then we're going to get back to Stephen.
Oh, I thought you.
No,
sorry.
you go ahead. Go
I
ahead,
thought
Abby.
you-
Sorry,
okay.
Mr. Chair.
Linda, you said that you had been pulling up that the foundation was
Oh,
coming off in your hand.
Concrete.
The
Was that
concrete
on the-
is where they've stuck the rocks back on after they started to come off. And it was just coming off in our hands because they just smeared it on there.
Was on the west side.
West side.
Correct.
Or like the
Yeah, that's why it's not
gray.
gray anymore because they had to reconstruct it.
Okay,
Okay.
but you haven't reconstruct
No,
anything. No.
it's just been crumbling.
All right, I just sort of missed the beginning of that sentence, sorry.
Okay. Stephen, were you going to go or should I go elsewhere?
Go ahead.
Okay, not that you were all like screaming at once. Who would like to go?
Continue.
You want to go? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have, I think it's almost there. And I would just say that that the foundation should be like a dark gray, like a Nantucket gray, and it should go around the whole building. I don't think it's necessary to show that it's rubble some places and brick other places. I think the more uniform it is, I think it would show off the building. And so I don't have a problem with what's proposed. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Abby.
That's a question of what Abby means when you said go all the way around. Did you mean the gray paint?
Yes,
No,
yeah.
Okay.
So it would be uniform. The
Yeah.
foundation would be.
Because it
all
ties
same.
the brick and the rubble together.
Okay. Who's next? Thank you, Abby, by the way. All right, I'm going to pick Val.
I actually printed both sets so I could have it to
Hmm.
see demo versus what's going on. I appreciate the changes that have been made, especially on the north. I think that that's the most successful of the sides of this structure in keeping it looking like what was there. So I reviewed the reviewed the latest plans, and I noticed and highlighted on all the elevations, words that are repeatedly used: replace, replicate, and rebuild on most of the elevations. With the rear wing removed and having been so integrated with the old structure, there are maybe 2 walls of this existing building actually left.
I know.
I was informed earlier today that the contractor is going to keep as much of the interior material as possible. Apparently it's stored off site and will be reintegrated into the building as it evolves. But I still feel that it's, for me, it's just a copy or a replica of the building that was there, with so little of it actually being kept. It's just a contrived version of the building that's there, what the end result will be, but at least what faces the street replicates what's there.
And Val, a lot of that east-west wall was taken off with those 2 French doors and those windows and all that stuff. So we're reducing it and putting the frame back.
Okay. Val, have you concluded?
For now.
Okay, you can come back if you
I'll
want.
go next.
Thank you, Diane. I'm all ready.
Yeah, I appreciate a lot of the work that's been done, and what I don't agree with the foundation, but that is a question. I did mention the last time we heard this, that I wanted to have all the windows with the exception of the south elevation, which would not be seen to be TDLs, east, north, and west. And that has not been happened. Every place I look on the proposed east, they have STL wood windows, STLs down in the basement. So this building can be seen from both going west or east. So both sides are visible as to what it is. It's an important replica, and we should treat it as such, and it should have TDL windows.
Diane, that was an old plan. The west and east and north are all TDLs, all TDLs.
Well, the
Except for the
one that's on
rear
my
addition.
plan says SDLs. So
No, it
that's
doesn't,
what I
but
had.
it's,
Yeah, well,
the rear addition
the
is,
back.
yeah, the
Only
rear
the back.
addition is TDL, is SDLs,
Yeah.
just the rear addition.
Look down on the south.
Everything on the east and west and north are all SDLs,
South did have,
or TDLs,
South has, says right on.
Yeah.
just the rear.
South
Just the-
does.
that's the
new
only one.
part.
That's
Correct.
what I just said I asked
Okay.
for last time. And it's on these particular plans that I have here. They have SDLs on the east. It says right here.
Not on the main body of the house. Only in the rear, the new addition in the back that was
I
1995.
didn't say new addition or old addition. I
Okay.
said, when people walk down the street, they don't say, oh, look, that's the new addition. Oh, look, that's right there, the old addition.
So your concern, Diane, is
It's the
not just the
consistency
south
of the
elevation,
windows
it's the west
and the
east
east.
elevation and the east elevation.
Yes,
Okay, the fact that the back portion of those 2 elevations has SDLs, which is correct.
yes.
Yeah, and that's the 1996
So
coming
I-
off.
Linda,
Hang on, Linda. Okay, continue, Diane, sorry.
so that is at the foundation. I question that it is not repairable without doing it, getting rid of what exists and doing it again. I have gone over this, is what, on the east elevation, again, it says replace and duplicate existing brick that using to the extent possible on existing materials. So, some of the things I think is good. I appreciate the pole door being replaced and stuff. So I think it's a sort of a work in progress. I think it is not the old building. If you read what we were required is to the amount of demo, but let's see what comes out.
Okay. Diane, thank you. Let's see, Stephen, I think it's to you, right? And
Is it
yeah, it's to you.
already?
Yeah, it's already.
Look
to
at
you.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so, I just want to make sure I'm clear on a couple things. We've discussed deliberations were that the TDLs would be on the front and the sides of the existing structure.
Including the addition on the
And,
north.
and STL would be on the rear of the existing. And then what will be on the new structure?
The north side of the
Three, Mr.
side addition or TDLs facing the street. The side, which is the four windows on the west, and all the stuff in the back are STLs, wood.
Okay, and then who's the window manufacturer?
This was Norwood. Is it Norwood?
They're both, all of them Norwood?
Or it's either Norwood or Boston Sash,
Which are the STLs? That's what I'm interested in.
the same companies.
Yeah, they can.
They're wood.
Yeah,
Just double
okay.
paint.
And then are you doing storms with these?
Wood storms. To match the windows.
Okay,
The Norwood makes a nice wood storm.
okay. So that box says half colored in. We just determined to replicate the front facade in the front stoop and steps,
Yep.
both with respect to detailing and elevations. So for the avoidance of doubt, that includes the front porch, finished floor elevation to match existing,
Mhm.
the each level of the landing of the steps to match the first set on the site, and then the second earth landing to the sidewalk to match the existing, and the door threshold to match the existing, correct?
Yep.
Chimney, you've got down rebuild. Personally, I think that it needs to be any of the, there's should be sufficient brick, I would think, to reuse the existing brick above the roof line. The west side foundation, actually, I think we just determined the stone would not be painted, correct?
No, painted. To match the rest of it, because it had been painted before.
Abby is suggesting doing.
And it had been painted
Wait,
before.
Linda, please.
Sorry, Abby suggested, although I'm not sure this is. Are you proposing doing one color all the way around?
Yeah.
Okay, so Abby's comment and what you're proposing are the same.
Yeah, whether it's Nantucket gray or Quaker is
Okay,
fine.
so now
So you guys
back
are
to Steve.
proposing paint? Is that what we're discussing?
I'm-
Okay,
but-
I
but
just trying to,
That's just paint.
trying to get some handles or hands on this. Chimney rebuild, stone. Not thrilled with that. What I made through, Mr. Chair, what's the rationale of redoing this material with, it's not brand new material and then painting it gray?
It's been painted its whole life.
Well,
And I said the west side is only not painted because they had to glue everything back to the foundation. It's
okay,
not the
thank-
same stone on the
thank you-
inside.
Thank you, Holly. It's been painted its whole life? Okay, I'm not gonna impose what I like on something. I want to understand where we are. So painted is just gray. Okay. Front facade stoops, elevations. Obviously, we've considered the structure's historical status and our deliberations. We've requested photo and laser images of the brick and stone masonry and front facade. I think then what it distills down to me is, Val, you've really kind of reviewed these other than the drawings themselves and acknowledging your concern about the extent of, as you've reported it, the extent of demolition. Are you comfortable that the drawings reflect discussion that we've had as a commission?
But most everybody's concerned.
Okay, just because it's, you know, they're kind of like cut and paste and copied, and I'd like to see some dates and some site plan sheet, what's in our packet are not full labeled drawings with dates and sheet numbers for reference, and I mean, that's,
Yeah, there's dates and page numbers on them. Yeah.
well,
It probably doesn't show up really well on the little thing.
okay, so what we're seeing is, can you zoom out a little bit?
You're looking at the reduced set.
Oh, zoom out a little bit. Yeah.
See, if you want to look at the full plate,
Hang on,
you can look at it in the
Go
folder,
zoom out.
outer end. In the file, they have the full thing.
Okay, please, Linda. So my concern is we're looking at a set of drawings that are really, they're representation of what's been proposed, but they're missing some elements. Like,
Okay,
for
they're not on
example,
the ones you
the
stamped.
dates that, please, Linda, please let me finish. They're missing what we're seeing on the screen.
In the file.
I understand. I'm going to say what I want to say.
Thank you.
What we have on the screen are missing the dates, the subject property, the sheet number for future reference and discussion. Very simple, basic things. I understand you're saying it's in there, but we're not seeing it in our packet.
I know when they reduce them, you lose a lot of it.
Well, you can print these. I don't want to get into basics here,
Right.
you guys.
Right.
You can print a PDF and it'll be the whole sheet. And you can do that before you do your images, and then you can reduce your images and then import the images into the file. And the whole thing is in a huge file, and you don't have to reduce the CAD so that we can actually see it.
All right,
And
it's
just-
just, we want you to
Stop.
do it.
I am having a difficult time where this is going in just approving something where I don't see the complete drawing in front of me and know what's stamped, what's going to be stamped. I don't think that that's unfair. It's simple process. It's simple due diligence.
I know, but a
It's
lot of times it will do
Linda,
that.
stop.
just- Please,
You gotta stop.
All
I'm
right,
just-
so it's right there.
okay, I'm articulating my concern.
No,
And the other thing that's a concern for me is we have a site plan in here that still indicates a change in the finished floor of the first floor by 9/10 of a foot versus existing. And that's the
which-
engineer's drawing, which is sheet, I don't know, because it's not labeled, so
Can
we
you
can't
please give
simply
me the
just
sheet?
refer to it amongst one another.
it's correct in there,
It's
Steve.
2 of
13.
13. This is the issue. And I don't know that I didn't think that I needed to be this clear. I am not going to prove something that has contradictory information in the file because it leads to problems. And I don't think you guys are looking for problems, and we're not looking for problems. It needs to be accurate as a complete application. And what I see before me has 2 different pieces of information of what's proposed. Right here. 50 proposed.
Wait a second.
Not interesting.
The big plans are correct, Steve, ones you stamp.
So I think what you're missing is he wants to say page A 2.1.
Which is why we put the big ones in.
This is
I don't want to
existing.
get lost on this because of that.
This is the existing. Okay. Existing conditions. This is proposed. Those numbers are identical.
Yeah, but they're not.
Is that
This is,
simple?
this says that the top of floor is 54,
Yeah.
and this says
No.
that it's 54.9.
Date stuff, it doesn't give you a date.
Top
either.
of floor, finished floor elevation. They're the same thing said different ways, but this one is 9/10 of
It
a
has
foot
the-
taller. And the same thing
Okay.
over here.
Okay, can we,
Do you know what I mean?
yeah, I
So
do know.
I
Okay.
think that the note is, noted. I don't know that we need to, I mean, you,
Do you guys understand what Steven's bringing out?
I
Okay,
understand what
Can we
Steven's
go to, please go to the site plan?
It's clarification on what your 2 acronyms.
I'm
mean.
sorry, the
TOF is
engineering.
top of foundation and FFE is finished floor elevation. They're 2 different things.
Right there. They both say top of foundation is 54.
Right.
And the
T-
threshold's not changing.
I want to be clear on this because it's the same. TOF, top of foundation, 54. Finished floor elevation, FFE, is 54.9, which means that the finished floor is 0.9 feet taller than the top of the foundation.
So you
which is
modified this from the one that you
consistent.
had in the
It's on
office.
the big plan. It's
Okay.
right next.
All right, so that's addressed. What about the elevation for the deck? The exterior grade, I think, is really the most relevant one.
He tagged the, if you look at that plan up there, he's tagged the elevation of the dirt. Because he's gonna have to come and tag it as we put the thing back down on the foundation and recreate it.
Okay, where is that, Linda?
He's got all the elevations right there on that plan on Brackens on, I think it's the left. one. He's got. I can't read it from here.
Oh, I see. Okay, I'm zooming in.
That's-
It's a little bit blurry, but it's legible. Okay, so we've got the elevation set. Okay, so for me, the concern is revolves back to having a complete set of drawings and that represent the consensus concerns of the commission. And if that's been addressed, then I think I'm good.
He has a complete set.
So
Subject to the photo and laser images included and some type of a condition that the masonry techniques will be replicated. So as to be, for example, more like 90 North Liberty than 84 Main Street.
Stephen,
And you want a sample board when we put the foundation back in to, so you can look at it before you put the whole.
Do
thing
it
back.
on site.
Yeah.
On site.
on site. So Stephen, I appreciate your concerns. I get what you're saying, that partially that the materials in your iPad are harder to read and compare than the big print which you have in front of you, but don't have access to electronically. And I think your point mostly is you don't want to have a stamp on a plan that's incorrect, and you don't want to have a plan that gets approved that either has inconsistent information or missing information, and then we have a problem later. You're all about problem avoidance, and so am I. So I hear you loud and clear. So my suggestion, which I think is where the board is anyway, is that all of this be pre-construction conditions approved through staff, which I think is a typical planning board condition, and that, no construction would take place until the staff had signed off that all of these measurements are confirmed and all of the board is done and those kind of things. And we got the samples, so that
After the foundation is constructed, the samples are on the foundation.
on the front, right?
What? Not a board.
So,
They understand.
right.
Got it.
So I think we're good, that we can make sure it gets done right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Are we all set? Because my big lingering issue has always been making sure that I have something to look at to tell me that the brick and the stone are being done in a way that was consistent with the building prior. So can we move this in some way?
Well, I'm fine with it, but what is the other, if you want those corrections on that Steve mentioned to make sure they reflect the motion to approve.
And the windows that Linda said are going to be done.
I can do that if you guys want. Howdy.
Well, I don't have a problem with that, so it's up to the others.
Well, no, are you looking for someone to form a motion is what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm ready
What
for
I'm
it,
asking.
but I don't know where everybody else is.
I'm ready for.
Is there anyone who is not ready for a motion? By show of hands. Okay, thank you. So it'll be a motion to approve through staff, subject to review of the drawings with respect to completeness.
Sample board.
Including with respect to commission's consensus requests. And incorporation of photo and laser images of the brick and stone masonry and front facade, which I understand you've already done one set of, and you can just put in the final approval set. And subject to a mock-up.
Of the foundation.
Of
but
both
in
brick
place.
and rubble.
Yeah.
Subject to replication of the masonry with a mock-up prior to final construction of the masonry on site.
Got it.
Mock-up on site prior to final construction.
And the net and the painted Nantucket gray or.
Is it
You want
painted?
Nantucket
Wait,
gray or-
please stop. It's really hard for the guys to do the minutes when everyone talks. It's super hard.
What color gray?
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Hmm.
Linda, is the application indicate painted gray foundation?
Yeah.
So there's no need to reference it.
Well, I didn't know if you wanted Quaker or which is what it is now, or Nantucket gray, which is
So-
darker.
I have I just have to intervene here because what's on there now is way too bright. It looks like Steven's vest and it pops out. It's gotta,
You want Nantucket gray? That's
it's gotta
fine.
be the darker plummy or darker gray.
Got it.
That would be Quaker.
Quaker gray.
Quaker.
With all due respect to Stevens Vest. Okay, so, so there is Stevens' motion.
The last subject to was to replicate the masonry painted Nantucket gray,
Quaker.
Quaker gray, which is
Okay.
kind of a greenish color, which I
No,
wouldn't.
no, that's cobblestone.
No, Quaker is,
Nantucket's the greener.
Green.
Quaker's got the green in it.
No, Nantucket has the greener, Quaker's blue.
My house.
No, I like the plummy one that has the dark gray plummy-ish sort of.
Yeah, I think that's Quaker. gray.
Okay, all right. I thought that's what I said. I said.
Quaker.
Yeah, you did.
I don't know,
Quaker.
plummy.
Oh, I'm sorry. You were saying Quaker.
Nantucket is the-
Stephen?
Yeah, so Quaker gray and subject to the original application being updated to reflect all the revisions that have occurred during the course
Yep.
of this very long, drawn out hearing.
Could,
Oh, yeah.
could we add that I have requested the windows?
They're already TDLs and where they need to be.
Okay, then we don't need it. We have that.
Or 750.
We're good?
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
have to write that one. I
We're gonna put it to vote now. All right,
The tape.
that was Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val.
No,
No, interesting. Diane,
No,
did you say no?
yeah.
You
I
said
did.
no.
I said no.
Okay. Abby,
I'm a yes.
okay.
I'm a
Sorry.
yes.
I'm a yes. Motion carries 3 in favor, 2 opposed.
Thank you.
All right, 7-minute break.
Oh, God, yeah.
Your pizza's up here.
It's cold.
The pizza.
Yeah.
Abby,
No.
you can stay for Mariner.
Um,
It should be fairly quick.
No, let me talk to you in the hall because I can't.
Oh, boy, I'm eating the whole bag, Diane.
What?
I'm eating the whole bag.
That's all right.
Oh, no, it's not. all-
Good for you.
Ugh.
No, I'll write this up.
I ate that half of the bag.
Yeah, I'll write this up. I'll write this up after the video's released. Yeah, I'll come into the office and get the
no, I'm not. I just don't want pizza. Yeah. There's not enough. like, original building.
It's a, what do you want? It's a mock-up. It's.
Just sign this for me. Just sign with the rest of it. And then I see how to do the motion now. And you can finish.
Thornwell? I was just checking to see if she's still with us.
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, very good. We're back. Sorry you
Okay.
couldn't partake of the pizza.
No worries. I had a nice salad.
All right. Oh, yeah. All right. So where we are now is at 4 Mariner Way. Yeah, item number 2. Myself, Stephen, Abby is now no longer with us. She's heading out of town. So Diane, you're on it, Val, you're on it, and Connie, you can sit on this. So that's our 5. Okay, so 4 Mariner Way,
The new dwelling?
Yep,
yeah,
and the garage
but we were reviewing the new dwelling now.
first, yeah.
All right,
And I have Rebecca Berry up there somewhere.
Hi.
Because
I'm on
she's going to explain, you have it on your plans, but the little bubbles aren't on the plans because we wanted to make them large enough for you to be able to read them on your pads because there's been some complaints that they're so small. She's going to present what she's done to these. You haven't seen the garage. We made the changes to the garage some time ago, but it's been tracking the house. And so we're here before 4, which is the one in the back in the garage. And we're here for 6, which is the one that's on the road, but the closest to the wetlands.
okay.
And we're here for the hardscape for 4 and 6. I just want to point out before we get too far down the road that you asked us to match all the materials that are on 1 and 3. And 1 and 3 have the bluestone walkways. They have the type 2 cat picket fences.
Well, let's stay.
But I just want to make one comment before that, because in your packets, there were pictures of those driveways on 1 and
Linda.
3. They were herringbone and you didn't want us to put herringbone
Linda.
on 2.
Linda.
So there you go.
Linda. Right now, what we're reviewing is the house.
Yeah.
Not the driveway, not the
But
landscape.
Rebecca's going to
the
take it over.
house.
So that's why I wanted to point that out.
Okay. Okay. Rebecca, do you want to take it from here?
Certainly, I can do that. Thank you, Mr. Chair and the Commission. I'm going to do a relatively straightforward run through of the comments that we received last time we were here for this structure and discuss how we address them. I do hope that you can see these red bubbles as well as I am talking through this because they do lay out the changes that were made. So this is for 4 Mariner Way, the main house. First change that was made was that a 1x8 water table was added throughout. Additionally, and you can see this here in the bubbles, there was the question about the corner board scale at the last meeting that we had on the main mast. So that has been reduced since those comments from the last time from what had been a 1x12 to a 1x8, and you can see that here. We added a chimney to this house on the main mast of the house. You can see that here on this elevation. Additionally, and generally across this house and 6, there were some windows in upper gables and those have been removed. To address the board's request for an overall size reduction here at the south elevation, we have moved to a 4 bay. So you can see there the left-hand additive mass that has been, that is a change from the last time we were here. That is set back 4 feet from the main now 4 bay front mass. This resulted in an area reduction of about 26 square feet to the house. We have some other area reductions as well. Looking at the north elevation, to align the, thank you, yes. So at the north elevation, actually some of the changes resulted from changes to the east. So due to some, a change in the eave height at the east, the left mass on the north elevation here, which is of course a secondary mass, had been a 4 bay. It is now a 3 bay facade. That overall width has decreased by just over 4 feet. Those changes that were made resulted in an additional area decrease of about 23 square feet to the house. And here the roof slope decreased slightly in order to align our eave heights. The exterior stair also shifted closer to the structure as a result of this, but that's sort of a minor change. In terms of the south elevation, the right mass on the south elevation was reduced by about 1 foot in order to remove setbacks between masses on the east elevation. This resulted in an additional area reduction. At the east elevation, there was several things that were addressed. First of all, the alignment of the ridges here, which did not align on the previous set, and a planar change to the east elevation. Previously, there was a setback in this elevation. Now it is a single plane. The level 2 deck, which is set into the porch roof, was changed to one deck. There were 2 decks previously. And in general, throughout these changes, window locations were sort of shifted to create order and a little bit better alignment on this facade. Additionally, here you can see the removal of the gable window at that the left-hand side of this elevation. The current height of the structure, just to be clear at this point, the highest point is 29 feet 6.5. This is under the maximum of 33 feet in the flood zone AE. Just a quick kind of summary. So overall, in terms of reduction of scale, since the last time this house was here before the HDC, we have removed a little bit over 100 square feet from the house due to these changes. Additionally, one change which was made, which was also requested the last time we were here, there's a door and window schedule on a little separate sheet here in hopes of clarifying certain things. There had been a couple of questions about scale of windows. Previously, the width of the windows on this house and the other houses had been 2'6". They have been changed to 2'8" in width, which did, of course, slightly change the fenestration. And additionally, there had been some questions kind of across all the houses about our glazed doors as to whether they were 12 or 15 panel. They are indeed 12 panel with solid panels at the bottom, and hopefully that is clear on the page that just has the door and the window schedule. I believe that sums it up.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So appreciate the changes and the legible plans. If the chimney is faux, it should be beefed up a bit. It's a little dinky, and I believe on one elevation, it's actually too tall. And it should be more centrally located to be historically appropriate or accurate, either an off-center ridge, or it could even be to the right of the main mast and between the main and the secondary. Appreciate, obviously, no roof walk. On the north, that 1.5 story shed bump out, although probably not visible, it looks naked without a window now that it's larger. There should also be a delineation on the right to accurately reflect where that wannabe side L is. So on that, if you go to the north, could you go to the north for me? Sorry. On the north elevation, and again, I'm not sure if this is going to be visible at all, because I believe it's on that side boundary side. But anyway, this side, this is what I was referring to for the commission's sake. This is an odd configuration because of it's almost like a faux additive mass on the side on the facade, which correlates on the rear, which is technically a side, as this it's an odd configuration, which you don't see in building with Nantucket in mind. So that was just one I wanted to point out. And that I understand that this proposal is SDLs, but the doors should be wood. So those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks so much, Holly. So Linda, your objection is noted. Mickey, your board is noted.
Strenuously have noted.
Thanks, Ray. So just a couple of things. I agree with everything that Holly just said, especially about the chimneys too tall and too skinny. It should be wider and a little bit shorter. And the on the east elevation, if you could turn to that page, please. Yep, the deck on the east elevation is too big. This will be visible from a public way. It really should probably just be eliminated from the right-hand side, turn that door into a window, and just have the deck centered on that single door up on the left side. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Okay, I think it's to the board unless anyone else needs to speak in advance. Okay, anybody have their thoughts formulated at this point?
I do. I wrote notes on a page.
I knew you would, Val.
I agree with Holly about the chimney for sure. I appreciate no roof walk. Now that's been said. I agree with the north. Little hiccup there. Maybe that could be set back a little bit or put a faux corner board or something to give
Yep.
it some sort of delineation to look like an addition.
Okay.
The deck could definitely come in on the second floor, even to the edge of the second door
Okay.
that Mickey was talking about eliminating. I have a question about the first floor. There's a deck without railing in the middle that spills into a pool. Is that actually not gonna have railing?
Sorry, just for clarification, actually, there probably would be a little bit more railing there. We will have, the idea is, of course, that you can get to the pool from the deck because it's at the same level as the deck.
I understand. I just thought it would be kind of funny to just have that not with a railing.
Can I just, I think.
It's not visible, but yeah, I see what you're
Well,
saying.
not visible, but in terms of the code, it looks to me like that pool is no higher than, it's not. It's less than 30 inches above grade, so you actually don't need a rail.
Correct. It also has an auto cover.
Yep.
Okay. Those are the notes that I had written.
Thank you.
Okay, Val, thank you so much. Who's next? Diane, you ready?
Yeah, what I mentioned the last time was that the area these houses are in was an area full of little scallop shanties and some houses, but they were all small. And the size of the house takes up the whole lot. There's nothing, and I would like to see, if not on this one, on another one, to have some one story additive massing, which is not on this at all. And they're being built to the full size. And it's on Union Street is right there, and it is not particularly typical of Union Street, which is part of the old historic district. So that's all. I think I was the one who mentioned the chimney way back when, and I would like to see it more solid. Maybe not as tall if they want to do it. And this comes within what, 6 inches of being 30 feet tall. And it's very tall for the area that they're in. That's it.
Can I clarify something,
No,
Mr.
I know what
Chairman?
you're going to clarify, but I don't think we need to go there.
Okay,
So, thank you.
shorter than the other two.
I get it. Diane, thank you. Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I just want to clarify in the minutes, it says that I said poopy decks the last time.
Yes, you did.
I don't remember saying poopy decks, but I think I would remember that. In any event, if I did, boy, it must have been a long night. I agree with Vale's comments, who agrees with Holly's, and the idea of that chimney really jumps out at me. First of all, I guess I want to back up. I do appreciate the changes. I wish these were what we had a couple of meetings ago. So Rebecca, thank you. And Linda, thank you.
I flew to Boston for this.
It's much more in line with typical overall. And that makes it easier for us to do what we need to do here at the table. So nothing else to add.
Okay. Connie, your turn.
I appreciate the changes also. I really nothing else to add that's not been said. I agree with Stephen, who agrees with Val, who agrees with Polly. And yes, let's make that chimney a little better.
Yep.
Okay, and just to Diane's point, I just want to say for the record, this is in a flood zone, so at 30 feet, it's actually 3 feet lower at least than it could be. I mean, I don't love that flood zone stuff, but that's the reality that we're living in these days. So I'm good with the revisions that Connie is good with, that Stephen's good with.
Can we do that through
I
staff?
believe so.
We pull in the second floor deck, fix the
let's see,
chimney.
Hold on. Let's lay this out one at a time, please. Thank you.
Do you want to make a motion?
Wait, who said that?
Rebecca was
Rebecca.
Sorry, yeah,
asserting some control. Good for us. Yeah, so let's bang down the list. Let's go down the list for Rebecca so she's clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm not volunteering to go down that list.
Yeah.
I have everything.
And
I think you
Mr.
do.
Try.
Give it a
Mr.
try.
Chair,
I
I just wanted to add, you can append the elevation stuff.
Yeah.
The
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got that on all of them.
Motion to approve through staff with the following changes. To make the chimney more typical and appropriate for this part of town, wider, not as tall. That looks like a chimney stack. I mean, a metal thing.
Yep.
That's on the main roof. Does anybody have a preference of if they want it where it is bigger, or I like the idea of it being next to the
Yeah.
Can we go back to the front
the
elevation?
box?
Yeah, that would be helpful to pick a spot.
To the edge, Val.
That's what I'm asking my board members, not the public.
Historically, you could go either way,
Right.
but I'd nearly at least 1.5 the width and the depth.
Mhm.
Yep.
Come down.
We could put it right in the middle.
Well, I'll leave that up to the architect, and it will be through staff. Holly will know. if
Okay.
it's an
I think
appropriate-
that's fair enough.
Got it.
Right.
On the north elevation, to add a false corner board
Mhm.
there to just delineate that secondary massing.
On the right elevation, right side.
Correct.
Can we go to the north,
Okay.
please?
Yeah, we go to the north.
See
So
where it's
the
down?
corner board would continue.
Yes.
Yes,
Correct.
Yep.
all
Mhm.
the way down.
All the way down. Yep.
To decrease the second floor deck,
Pull it in.
Next one, please.
to
On the east, right?
on the
One
east.
more.
One more.
There
There you go. Pull it into the doors, Val.
To come to the door.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
to the edge of that door on the right.
Mhm.
And on the side elevations, you're gonna change the chimney as well.
Yep.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it'll
Yeah.
adjust, right, when it shifts. Yeah.
And was there anything else that I missed?
I think.
I
you covered-
believe Holly was looking for a window.
Oh, and an elevation certificate that we should
Yep,
add
I got that.
when we
Paul.
start this, so we
Yeah.
know it's correct.
That'll come from Paul Santos.
Rebecca, can you mind if I jump in? Just
Go
real
ahead,
quick?
Steve.
So Rebecca, what we're looking for there is the flood certificate stamp,
Yep.
check for construction, and a copy of the format.
Yes. Yeah,
And then-
we'll have all that from our civil. Absolutely.
And then Holly, did you say something about a window?
Yeah, I believe Holly wanted a window. If you go back to the, I always lose my directions with these. I
North.
apologize. North, thank you. I
Oh,
believe
it's
Holly
not
was looking
visible.
for a window in the, we have a small sort of shed. Yes,
Keep going.
go
Next
one more up, sorry, to the current. Yes, so the where the stairs go into the building, there's sort of a shed structure there. That's actually that's a stairway. But Holly, were you looking to see if we could get a window into that, I believe?
It's behind that gable, Holly, so you can't see it.
If it's a stair, it's gonna be problematic.
Okay, leave it alone then.
That was my whole.
Gotcha. No, it makes sense.
Yeah, it would be a little tricky.
Yeah,
Skip
it'd
it.
have to be fake.
All right, leave it out.
Anyway, so
Never
I think
voted
that
for window.
Okay.
Val's motion covers everything. So on Val's motion, Diane,
Aye.
thank you. Stephen,
Aye.
very good. Connie.
Aye.
Val on your motion,
Aye.
and I'm in favor.
Thank you
All
very
right, so
much.
there's one down. Let's do the garage.
The garage. We've gone over
Okay.
this garage several times. We put the pent roof back on because it
So,
broke up
do
the
you-
facade.
Linda, do you want me to run through this as well?
Yeah, we haven't seen it for a while,
Yes,
guys.
please go ahead, Rebecca.
Yeah, it's
We'd
been-
like you to do it.
It's been out for a little bit. Can we pull it up? Is that okay? Sorry. Not
It's
showing.
coming.
Okay, thank you.
Hey. Get on the stick over there, ladies.
We'll get
Okay,
there.
hit it.
That's a beautiful pink robin up there on the screen, by the way.
Isn't it though?
Krista. Krista Lopez.
Yeah.
I don't know
Okay.
if you can see that, Rebecca, but.
Here we go. We
I-
put the pent
I
back
can.
on.
Okay, so at for Mariner, so in response to previous comments and requests for a smaller overall mass, the height of the garage apartment building has been reduced by a foot to 23 feet 2 inches. So the current height of the structure measured from the average grade is 23 feet 10. So we have come below 24 feet, which had been a request. To balance the fenestration on the Mariner Way elevation, the overhead door width was actually increased to 10 feet here so that it fills a little bit more of the space. It was feeling a little naked before, folks felt, and we have added the pent roof. Additionally, the windows on this structure, as the other structures, have been widened to match the windows on the homes. So in other words, they have gone from that 2'6" delineation that I mentioned earlier to 2'8". And just as kind of a general note, since the initial submission to HDC, the height of this structure has been reduced by 2 feet 10 inches, and the overall width has been reduced by 2 feet, and this has resulted in a total reduction of 64 square feet, which, given the scale of this building, is relatively significant in terms of overall reduction.
We
think
also,
that's
on
the last
all the
comment.
structures, we reduced that gable window down to a typical vertical 4-light, bless you. Because we had a 6-light.
Right, where we had them, several of them have just been removed entirely,
Yeah.
but where we have them, there are 4. Linda's correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the changes in height and pitch. However, now the stairs on the north are visible, and that's an atypical feature, especially in Nantucket and in the OHD. So there should be another landing, so that way you can't see it from the other elevations. But that would be my only comment. Again, I appreciate the changes. Thank you.
So Holly, are you saying to turn them?
Yeah.
Okay.
That was going to be my question. Yeah.
Okay,
So,
that's good.
okay, thank you.
Okay, Mickey.
So this building is still too big and boxy. If you could go to the front elevation,
The front.
front.
So,
My typical objection.
yeah.
Got it.
It really should be reduced more in the width. I think it's about 22 feet wide now, and it'd be much more comfortable around 18 feet wide. That would bring obviously the width down a lot and the height down considerably too. And that's it.
This is a dwelling unit on the second floor, guys, not a studio.
Understood.
I don't want to
We
do
don't
dormers.
care about what's happening.
Yeah, and I don't want to do dormers.
Linda.
He doesn't want to do dormers.
Oh, I think that's throwing down the gauntlet.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh,
Can we
wow.
finish with the commission's comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Holly, sorry. Did I? Yeah, okay. Okay, sorry. So it is to the commissioners.
I'll go.
Yeah,
As I said in the prior few meetings, I think it's too big as well. I think it should be 1.5 stories with a dormer. It doesn't replicate anything in town. It's not a boat building. It's just a box. And there's, little nitpicky things like the roof over the doors is way up high over the doors. The doors are rather atypical. I don't think you need the gable window at all. And the stairs was the main thing that I just noticed
Right.
shooting past the building. And I was curious about that because in the prior iterations, there was no secondary staircase.
There was. Yeah, you had 2 doors on one side, Val. So we could get a car in there.
Yeah.
And then they had to take them outside. I had to talk
let's
to
listen
Paul.
about.
I know. So, for me, I think it needs to go. Start over.
as I've said before.
Okay. Thank you, Val.
Okay.
Diane, go ahead.
I agree with what has been said. Is no matter how many pictures you take of the surrounding area, I don't think you'll find a garage like this there, particularly with the stairs coming down. I don't know whether you could get away with using circular stairs dropping under the entryway up there, but they are so old historic district. You're working in this, I don't care what kind of building you have, you're in the old historic district. And you should show some respect for it. I think the windows on the second story, it has to come down. It has to be made smaller.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Let's see, Stephen,
Who's Connie? Why do you let Connie go?
Connie.
Yeah, I would like to also see it reduced in scale and somehow those stairs not visible.
I couldn't hear her.
Oh,
Reduced in scale.
reduced in scale and something done with the stairs.
Okay, thank you, Connie. Okay, Stephen.
Yeah, so I think if you took a foot off the width, east to west, and then bury your window header in the fascia, you're gonna get the better part of 10 inches reduction in height. And simplify the garage doors. I think they were at one iteration, maybe a board and batten.
Oh,
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
think those two will go a long way. Those are my comments. Thank you.
okay,
Mr. Chair.
thanks. For me, it was, I understand that you want to reduce the height of the building, but going from a 9 and 12 to an 8 and 12 is, I'm not loving it, particularly because you have 9 and 12 roofs over at the house that we just approved.
Understood. Yeah, so matching.
Yeah, like the 9 and 12 is just much more harmonious and it then would be more in
Take the height
keeping
up
with the
then.
house. So I don't know how you
Okay.
do that, drop the whatever. Those are my comments. Okay,
Okay.
So make a motion to hold
sounds good.
vision.
That's it. All right, Diane's made that motion. On that motion, Val. Very good. Connie,
Hi.
fantastic. Stephen.
All right.
Val on your motion,
I.
and I'm in favor. Motion carries. Okay.
Is it?
No, not
Mr.
yet. We have landscape.
Right. Mr. Chair, is it out of order for me to ask a question about this building, just about dormers?
About what?
About
The one we
dormers?
just reviewed.
Dormers.
Quick.
Just a question. If we were to bring the eave down, would there be in general somewhat favorable reaction to some small shed dormers on the sides in order to
Hell
enable?
yeah.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
don't ever speak for the board, but I'm going to speak
But
for the
at
board.
least for yourself? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's,
thank you.
you do that and there you're going to be. Okay.
It's just a helpful clarification in terms of direction. Thank you. Much appreciated.
All right. Thanks.
Just one comment on that, Rebecca. One of the things
Sure.
is try and get your eave line to match up with the meeting rail.
Right.
Of the double hung.
Linda
That's
will
all.
explain that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've done that at some of the other locations. Understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, just thanks.
No, thank you.
Okay.
Helpful.
Hardscape, I'll go to the hardscape very quickly.
Yep,
It's
please.
all basically the same. You wanted us to keep it consistent throughout the whole
Oh,
subdivision,
right. You start.
including to match 1 and 3. So a lot of the pictures that you have in the hardscape plan before you came off of 1 and 3, the spaced bluestone walkways with grass in between, the brick patios. The only difference between those two and the one that you approve and the type 2 cat picket fences is you told us not to do herringbone on number 2, which you've already approved, not realizing that 1 and 3, when we took a closer look at them, 1 and 3 are herringbone with a soldier course. So I didn't know if you wanted us to match the herringbone on 1 and 3, which are directly across the street from these driveways, or you wanted us to go running bond with a soldier course and not match the other two, since you wanted us to match everything on on number
Wow.
2 to 1 and 3. So it's up to you guys. That's the
Okay.
only difference.
Pictures, Linda.
Yes, there is.
Where?
They were scanned in with the rest of it.
That's all there is.
Two pictures, 2 pages.
You know I love my pictures.
Well, they're not.
Well, but
I don't know where they are, but they were
Val,
scanned in with them,
looking at
Val.
Something that has 2 pages, neither of which is good.
They're not.
But so, okay, thank you, Linda. Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just, I wanted to make sure that the proposed plan matches now the new configuration of the dwelling that you've been reviewing.
It does.
Okay. And then to actually Linda's point about brick being, obviously that's one thing that the commission talked about last time, and I recommended that the driveway should be consistent. I wasn't sure, I didn't realize that the other driveways in the neighborhood are also are herringbone. I to that point, it would be a little odd if one side of the road's herringbone and the other side of the road is running bond, but I leave that up to commission. I do think having a consistency is important, especially in this little uniform subdivision. So
And I do have pictures
comments
that were scanned that shows all the materials all through the whole thing. I don't know why they're not there, but they were scanned.
All right. Good.
Separately?
Holly,
No, they're all part of the same application.
Holly, thank you.
Do you have hard copies over there on the file, guys?
The
There are
drawing,
5 hard
the
copies.
drawing is showing Belgian block. Am I mistaken?
It is.
The apron is shown as Belgian block.
No, it's all brick because you asked me to do that all the way through.
Oh, so this is.
So I'm not sure this is the right one. This is not the right submission.
Oh,
It,
Okay,
it,
now
it
all of a
also
sudden it's making
feels
sense.
the envelope isn't the same either.
Here we go. Type 2 cat picket. Keep going.
Can we zoom out?
4 foot natural to weather,
I don't.
5 foot natural to weather,
Mickey,
shower.
I've
There we
given
go.
Mickey
right there.
given Mickey the. Okay,
That's 1 and
Linda,
3 right there.
Linda. Mickey, continue.
That was really, so the driveway will now be all brick, no apron.
Apparently
Right.
so.
That's
We'll-
good.
We'll make sure of it.
Yeah, and then the other thing obviously was a pool, which you'll probably ask for screening around the pool, I imagine.
Very good. Thank you, Mickey. Okay,
Can I ask you a question?
sure.
On this, it has an outdoor shower enclosure. And then on the other side of the building, it has an outdoor shower enclosure.
They're not showers. One is to hide the AC units and the other one is to hide the tanks. We didn't want anybody to see the gas tanks or the AC units. So those are gas tanks and AC units.
Well, it would be good to say that, not.
It
shower.
does up there.
It says outdoor shower and then proposed tank enclosure,
Right.
but it does say
I can't read that.
condenser enclosure, propane tank enclosure.
And the building footprint isn't correct either.
There's one shower right there.
Wow, so
And
guys,
there's
there's a number of sort of inconsistencies here.
Yeah.
I'm ready to make.
I'll fix the bill. I'll
Yeah,
fix the
okay,
footprint.
Stephen's ready to make a motion. Let's see what his motion is.
Subject to approval through staff, subject to correction of the main structure footprint and the garage footprint to be determined.
Well,
Well, this
that
says
doesn't
building
exactly take
block,
into
right?
account that this shows.
Yeah, this is the wrong plan again. The
shows
right one's in there.
Showers.
It says brick.
It's brick.
It says brick. Herringbone.
Okay,
Okay, that's not what we have.
that's not.
That's what I'm saying. Somehow the other one's, the wrong one's in there,
Wanna
but
just
the
make
right
sure
one's been
this-
scanned.
Proving and not this.
Yeah, no, the one that we're looking at initially was a different
Yes,
hardscape plan. That's
Yes,
for
that's the first
6
one.
Maybe.
Okay. well,
that was
Or
3 months
That
ago.
was the original, no, it wasn't the right,
It's not the right
lot
one.
plan. So it was a different lot. Can we confirm somewhere on this drawing, Rebecca, perhaps that this says for Mariner?
There are the minutes.
Don't go on the drawing itself. Can we get like a title block or something?
You gotta go over to the right, move the cursor to the right.
This says.
No, stay up there and move it to the right.
Because it says for Mariner.
Go
Yeah,
on.
something is
Move it to
odd.
the right.
Apologies, this is not our drawing. This is from Verdant, the landscape architect. It looks like maybe something happened when it was scanned in. I know these drawings, there you go. There's the title block for Mariner.
That's what I needed to see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll fix it. The ones we put in were correct. I don't know
Okay,
where
so
they
let's-
went.
Let's go back to Stephen's motion.
Can you go to comments and type today's date on this
I don't think there should be a pergola either.
and label it Exhibit A?
Well, it's back from the street like we live.
I don't see any in town.
What? Oh. I'll take pictures of them and I'll come back for it then.
Wait, you said you didn't see any pergolas in town?
Are you kidding?
Come on, guys.
Yeah.
So
Exhibit A dated 4/10/23. 4/18.
4/18.
Sorry. Been a long day, believe me,
8 days long, to be exact.
Fix the footprint.
Mr. Chair, if
Yeah.
I may,
Yeah.
the driveway width actually doesn't, it's got a driveway width and then it has the flanking brick walk. Obviously that you're not going to tell the difference between the two. So I think the driveway needs to make sure that it meets chapter 139-20.1 in the zoning bylaw.
It does.
The drive itself, according to this erroneous plan.
Does not. No.
It does because there's one space for the garage apartment and one space for the house. That's why there are two.
Now, it does get us to that point about the brick and what the pattern of the brick is.
Running bond for the walkway?
yeah, that's what it says, running bond and herringbone.
Yeah.
So you're gonna see the
Yeah.
difference.
Yeah.
You just they'll run one of them and then they'll cut the other to form it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay,
I mean, we see that. It's wider than a typical, but it's also gonna be delineated as being separate.
yes.
What about, I'm gonna hold my motion. What about relocating the brick sidewalk to the right of the small patio area? Separating it from the driveway by some approximately 6 feet.
So it doesn't connect to the driveway?
Yeah.
Sure.
Well, how do you get to it without walking on the grass?
A stone.
Well, you
We can
want-
put a stepping stone. That's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, you can walk up the driveway.
She said it's fine.
Yeah, it's gonna be a cleaner look. It's gonna be
Okay.
more typical of what's downtown. So if I may revise my motion.
Please do. Yep.
Approval through staff. Subject to the brick walkway moving to the, is it gonna be?
East.
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 Yeah, of the patio extension. And that's it.
Herringbone on the driveway?
It's all labeled. I don't
Okay.
wanna get confused.
All right, very good. So that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Connie,
I,
very good. Val,
He needs to sign it.
I guess so. I don't really see where the patio is, but okay.
the little walk.
That little square thing to the right of the parking area.
So you're okay?
I guess so.
All right. Diane,
Yeah, if we have the labeling on the building, right, like there are two condenser places. And they should say what they are, otherwise,
well, apparently it's on that.
They
It's
do.
Not on this document that I have.
And the pool equipment is enclosed.
Okay,
okay,
so you good?
no, but what good is it going to do?
So
I
are you-
think the whole thing is much too complicated to be on Union
Oh,
Street.
okay. So you're opposed.
Yeah,
All right, so then that leaves you, Stephen. I'm an aye. And I'm an aye, so that motion carries 4 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, and that's through staff.
Yeah, through staff, yes, of course. And so now we're gonna go to 6.
Okay.
5.
6 is pretty much following the
Oh.
footprint of the original approval some years ago by the HDC. So it's really above ground and we had to go up another foot compared to what the other one was approved, but it's still shorter than the other two.
Well,
So here we
yeah.
go.
We'll run through this one again. Okay, so similar to 4 Mariner Way, 1x8 water table has been added throughout. A chimney has added. We can assume we'll get the same chimney comments on this building.
Yep.
Um, And additionally, the windows have been widened. So the 2'6" to the 2'8" that we have noted throughout the project. And also the corner boards on the main mast were decreased from the 1.12 to the 1.8. Other major changes since the last time we were here before the board. The roof walk has been eliminated per the request of the board. This is the south elevation that we're looking at here. Previously, the secondary mast to the right, which is the east side of the building, had been a 3-bay. We have reduced that to a 2-bay. That is a shrinkage of 5 feet in overall length. And with that change, we did reduce the main structure by that resulted in about a 66 square foot reduction. There are other reductions that we will note. The current height of this structure is at 29 feet 8.5, again, below the maximum 33 allowable height due to the home's location in flood zone AE. So the other change that resulted due to the change in that right-hand mast, yes, you can see this carries through to the north elevation here. Of course, that 3-bay to the 2-bay reduction. And then the other result that had is just sort of the other major change that was made was we took out all the gable windows. So there were a couple of gable windows up primarily on the east elevation of this house. So you'll see that those have been removed, which sort of simplifies overall the fenestration. So since the initial submission to the HDC, this home's height has been reduced by 2 feet 6 inches. The overall width of the house has been reduced by 9 foot 9 inches, and the overall depth has actually increased by 3 inches, just slightly in terms of working with the massing. This has resulted in a total reduction to the square foot of this house of 380 square feet.
You want to go to the east elevation?
Okay.
And that's
There you go.
sums it up. Yeah,
That-
there you can see the removal
Yeah.
of the gable windows.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to clarify, I think I left the map in there. If it made it into the packet, it was in the packet. That this is about 150 feet, I think, away from Washington Street because of the wetlands. We've got
Right.
a lot of the lots are affected by, the last two are affected greatly by wetlands.
Okay,
Sorry, we got a lot to do tonight.
we
Yep.
do, and we're getting nothing done. Okay, Holly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the changes. My main two comments, one is the chimney definitely needs to be relocated and resized and more historically accurate. And then obviously, this being in our elevation certificate and for Met following resilient Nantucket design guidelines and all that. I believe that was it. Thank you.
Very good. Mickey.
And I object.
Could you
Yep.
go to the site plan, please?
This is virtually the same as the previous approval 4 years
It's
ago.
exactly the same.
Okay, so you can see that this building is sitting directly in front of the building in back, which is building number 4. You just approved it. The front of this building looks almost exactly like the one you just approved on number 4. And I would think that you'd want a little bit more variation in the massing between buildings that are so close together. It's going to look very cookie cutter if you don't. So
Like the 3 bricks.
hardly.
Hadwin House. The east elevations are very different on 4 and 6, and
All
that's
right,
really
well,
what you're going to
let's-
see.
Sorry, Mickey. Was that it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, board members.
This is the one you liked.
I'll go.
Yeah, thanks.
I'm not gonna pick on the Charlie Brown chimney.
Gonna leave it?
It's got its
That's
issues.
okay. We'll fix it.
We all know what you
The
think.
point has been made that that's kind of like a subsidiary structure chimney that's or secondary heat or whatever. So on the south elevation, I appreciate the changes, primarily losing a bay to the rightmost secondary match, not the tertiary shed roof mass. I'm a little concerned about the pitch of the shed roof mass to the farthest to the right.
Can we go to the south elevation?
Pitch. And.
All right, run by which one, the thing on the right?
Mhm.
Okay.
And then. And I don't. Can we flip to that's south, can we flip to the north? One more, oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, so I think that can be addressed without any change in program.
Okay.
I appreciate the fact that the 4 light gable windows have been taken out. And actually, I would, Rebecca, I would add to my comments on Poor Mariner that if it's possible programmatically to remove those, I think it really simplifies the structure more in keeping with the historic.
Okay.
Okay.
I appreciate, okay, so let's go to, I'm trying to look at it on the smaller screen because you can see the prior at the same time.
Yeah, they're on succeeding pages here.
Walk is removed, thank you. Yeah, those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. Who's next? Gonna pick somebody. Diane, drew the short straw, girl.
Yeah, it's been one of those days. I don't know, my thought on this house would be to keep it as simple as possible. You got behind those stairs on the first floor, you got a pool there, and then you got is that another little porch in behind the stairs?
It's actually in the stair. The porch is right there. You can see the railing, and the pool is actually in the porch
Yeah,
like it was
I
on
just
two.
didn't pick it up on any of the other elevations.
Yeah, if you go to the east elevation, Diane. it's
Yeah,
easy to see.
Go east. Yeah.
Okay, I got the east elevation.
There you
yes.
go. It's
Okay,
got a
now-
regular first
now I
floor
can
porch.
see it better. The little deck.
The
I
Juliet.
don't know that I've seen a lot of French doors open up that are in sort of a shed dormer. You can't make it less, I guess. How tall is that door?
It's a standard door.
7, 5 or 8?
7.
7.
Otherwise, I guess it's about as simple as you get. The chimney definitely should be corbelled properly.
Mhm.
And those windows gone. So that is about that's the east elevation, so it'll be headed out to the harbor.
Yeah, but 150 feet away from
Yeah.
Washington.
No, I just wondered how far it is. That deck on the second floor, I find a little disturbing, but that's all. Okay.
Okay, Diane, thank you, Val.
She's thinking.
The silence was deafening.
Deafening.
Everything's
comes
been
the
said,
hours.
and I agree with Diane about that little balcony crammed in there. I think if that went away and it was a window, it'd be much simpler
Yeah.
view from. That's
Mhm.
gonna be seen across the wetland there.
Mhm.
Just so you remember, in the packet, there was like 20 pictures of decks facing Washington Street, right on Washington Street.
It's this.
The
house,
things
this-
you've approved, that's all. There's context.
Oh, there's context, but this is also like crammed in a little corner over it.
I agree with you.
It's just, I think, inappropriate. So that's my comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Mine
Connie.
too.
Nothing really else to add.
Okay, so it sounds
Okay.
like we can move this through staff.
Okay.
If you're willing to concede a few things. And that
Mhm.
question I put to Ms. Berry.
Yep.
So you've heard some of our concerns, one of
Mhm.
which is the second floor Juliet balcony thing. Which frankly is maybe my only concern on this thing, but so. If you're willing to horse trade with us, I think we can craft a motion where we get this through staff.
Sure, absolutely. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So I just comment further, Rebecca, on your east elevation, the shed roof I mentioned, it's a 712. I see on your second floor, you've got a bathroom. If you drop that to a typical 412, you'll be able to put a number 2 window in, which I think is like 3'9" or thereabouts.
Yep.
On your second floor, which would also be typical. And
Yep.
then again, from the east elevation, the shed roof at the rear or to the right. If you
Yep.
made that a 412, it doesn't change anything interior. I don't think it's visible, but it would be consistent for your roof pitches.
Okay, so both of those single story bump outs, if you will become a 4 and 12.
Yeah, and then your second floor, you could put a number 2 on the.
Yep.
And then, my comment on that, Juliet, would be, I understand it's not going to be supported, but to connect one end to the house as opposed to have it floating, I don't know what your windows alignment is. The alternative on that is to come back once you've got your structure up and ask for a revision.
That's where I was headed.
I think it would have a better chance of passing if we nixed it for now and
Yeah.
put a window.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Does
fine.
somebody want to move it?
Mr. Chairman, question before we go nixing it. If we came back with a deck over the deck like number 4,
Hi, let's nix it.
Hey, this is.
It's
the
gone.
Staff, and so I want to be
Gone.
really crystal clear, straightforward.
yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to hear if anybody had a problem with that if we came back
Val's gonna make a motion.
another time.
The chimney in a different place from the other one, so it doesn't.
That sounds
Yep.
good.
The same.
I like that.
Okay,
Okay,
The motion is to approve through staff, subject to modifying the chimney to more typical proportions, relocating it to an alternate location as opposed to Fort Mariner.
okay,
The east elevation, changing the first story mass roof pitch from a 712 to a 412.
Mhm.
And putting a number 2 window in above it.
Mhm.
And the Juliet balcony takes a hike. And that'll be replaced with a dealer's choice window. And is it the south? No, the north.
pitch.
north pitch, right?
Yeah, the north shed structure will have a 412 pitch also.
Okay.
Got
Okay.
it. Yep.
There
you.
it is. That's Stephen's motion. A work of art.
Ooh.
Okay, so on that motion, Connie,
Aye.
very good. Val,
Hi.
Diane,
Aye.
very good. Stephen, on your motion. Aye, and I'm in favor.
Thank you.
Okay, so now let's move quickly to the hardscape, which,
Can I have a quick follow-up comment?
yeah, of course.
I'm gonna request through staff to bring, if you haven't already and have ready on these applications, the reduced pack. And then we can do an exhibit A for these. It'll make these ones a lot easier, it'll make it a lot easier for staff.
Oh, yeah.
So I didn't realize, I didn't know if you had it or not.
I always put them in the file.
Perfect.
The whole packet's in the file and the
That'll make
reduced.
it a lot easier. Do
Yeah.
we have one for this one? Can I clarify that my previous motion was referring to an exhibit A?
We'll just give you new plans.
Okay, can everyone agree that there's going to be an exhibit A attached to that
Yes.
last motion? Okay, very good.
On non-4 as well.
What?
No, I
Just
don't know
this one?
about four. I don't know
Okay.
about that.
Yeah. Okay, so now listen, while Stephen's drawing that all up, let's move to the hardscape.
Hardscape is pretty minimal on this one. Herringbone instead of the running bond and then the bluestone walkways. That's pretty much it.
Okay, Holly.
Mr. Chair, thank you. As long as the materials of brick and bluestone are consistent within the neighborhood, which I believe they are, I have no concerns.
And
Very
resiliency.
good. Mickey.
Yes.
That's on the other one.
Mickey's good.
Yeah.
Okay, folks, board members,
I have no
Comments?
concern, no concerns.
you good?
Good.
Okay, Connie's good. Anybody else good?
Full not visible time inspection thereafter.
Oh,
In
Yeah.
perpetuity.
And I meant that on the other one.
Yep.
by the way.
okay. Beyond
Always.
that, is there anything else that people have concerns with? Okay, so can I have that in the motion form, please?
Motion to approve through staff. Because we've got to add the annotation, site, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, we would. So, it will basically just be a conditional. Full night visual time inspection thereafter.
Very good. That is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Stephen, and I'm in favor. All right, so
Thank
that's.
you very much.
Thank you
Now-
very much.
Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Thanks, Linda.
Oh, let's-
Now, so we've been skipping all around. It looks like where we are right now
Miss Linda.
is at 7 Paul Jones, but
Oh.
is Matthew around?
he was here.
He was here, but he left.
He may be on Zoom.
No, he's not.
Oh,
Okay, then how about Link? 86 Main here?
Sorry, is she's on Zoom.
Okay, now, so just, can I take one little break? Can I take a break?
no.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be on the rest.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry, guys.
Can I get 6
And-
Mariner?
Don't forget.
Big Dwelling.
We don't have it here. I have one with scratches on it if you want.
Can you mark up as an exhibit A? I can use my words tonight. I'm taking this one. Without-
Here.
Yeah, that's
Do you
fine.
want to mark it up?
Because then I'm gonna jump right back in.
I mean, I wrote notes.
Yeah, bring, if you don't mind just sitting here, because I'm gonna set up for this next one, which is 111 Surfside.
No, we did though.
no, it's,
Oh.
No, we're 86 Main Street with Tori.
Are we not doing, Val, did you want to do 17 Canterbury or did I miss that? I already did it. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we
Okay.
skipped around all like.
I know you did. Okay.
86 Main, because Sam wasn't here.
Right?
It's
86
number,
Main Street. It's the last
number
thing on
13 on the
new
new
business.
business from, yeah,
Okay,
new business.
so
but I don't, it's not on.
328.
we don't have anything in the packet. Why is that?
I noticed that.
86 Main.
I'm not sure. Everything was submitted.
I got 81 Main Street.
86.
So why don't we motion to have this on Thursday's meeting?
Stephen, I've gotten so much information. This is our 4th meeting. Could we please just, I
Well-
submitted everything as required.
Well, no, Tori, it was submitted at 4:25 on Friday and the deadline is Thursday at noon.
Oh, is that a fact?
So I think there's some incongruity.
It
in
was,
what's-
it was submitted before that. There was a clarification needed because you guys approved white trim through staff when white trim was already approved at the last time we were heard before you, which I don't understand why we needed to approve that again. So I was informed that my old business submission was not accurate and I needed to do a new business submission, which is what I did on Friday
Right,
after
but
the fact.
well, I just want to back up for a quick second. The issue was that you were coming in for green sash when white was approved. So therefore you needed to submit an application that wasn't a like kind. And that deadline was Thursday at noon. So
I never needed to submit a like kind application. It was always an as.
no, I
built,
said,
not
I
like
said,
kind.
I said that it wasn't a like kind. So you needed to submit an application basically for an as-built condition. I'm not comfortable reviewing this until I review the materials. It's kind of a precedent-setting color change, and I want to have the information in front of me to review. Does anyone have any concerns with holding this for when we have the full packet? No. So when is our next, we're not meeting Thursday?
Next Tuesday.
Damn, I wanted to meet Thursday. So we'll hold this till next Tuesday and we'll have it first in the meeting.
Okay. You don't need to move that. No, okay. Okay, we're on to old business of April 4th. So Two Bird Song, Linda, myself, Stephen, Diane, Val. Carrie, are you still with us?
I am.
All right.
All right, so I've got alternates now, right? So
You have
it's-
one
Right,
alternate to take Abby's place. That's
See.
Carrie.
where am I, Diane? Val and
Oh,
Carrie. Okay. This was a large packet. I don't know if it all, sometimes when you scan them in over there, it splits the packet up. The difference is- So, you know, but. Steve, what to say there? Back up.
Can I ask Linda to speak into the microphone?
Yeah, I'm just looking at it from here. You can see there's a massive grade change from the top of Prospect all the way down to the bottom of Angola. This is the last lot down North Mill towards Angola. And then you fall over the cliff. There's over 10 feet, 12 feet grade difference between the top and the bottom. Now you had some questions about the grade before. We're not dealing with a grade as far as we're concerned. The grade, and I gave you all the previous approvals, probably in the second half of the packet. You asked for the previous approvals for the structures, and you guys did approve the grading related to the structures. So we're not dealing with the grading. We're not asking for anything on the front side down to North Mill. We're just going to plant it with native grasses and stuff. The only thing we're here for is the driveway, the walkway, the patio, which has now been graded, which is why I went back and took pictures after they did the finish grade. Obviously, there's loam coming in, which is going to fill a little bit more. But the grading is related to the garage, the cottage, and the house were approved when you approved the houses. So we're not dealing with a grade. We're just working with a grade that was already approved. And you go to the next picture.
If you approve the grade.
Yeah, we're not changing the grade. We have nothing to do with it. The grade was approved with the houses. So if you look at that drawing up there, you can see where the patio is between the garage and the cottage and the back of the house. The house actually faces Birdsong as the one above it does. They also face Birdsong. The only one that actually faces North Mill is the first one in, which you guys saw at length from Prospect, and then it goes straight downhill. So if you go to the next one.
Yeah.
There we go. He colorized. You can see that, and you can see when you go down to the pictures that when you're standing down in Angola, there are going to be two houses below us also that blocks the view from everywhere. But you can't see anything. Can't see a wall, an 18-inch wall to sort of contain the dirt. And you can't see the fire pit, but it's way away from there. And it's behind a fence coming from Birdsong. And we have a small walkway going from the front door over to the parking area. And there's a small wall, and there's an existing split rail fence behind the cottage and the garage. So there's really not a lot going on here. It looks like there's a lot going on. Now, the one thing where you guys got stuck was up there on the north side, where you come out of the side deck. You'll have to look at the pictures and walk down to a patio that's inset into the dirt on the north side. It is not level with the walkout porch. So if you want to drop down to the pictures, that'd be helpful. More color. There's the type of steps that are coming down. There are two steps coming down off the grading side. That's a natural to weather. There's the stepping stones from the front door. There's a patio, a bluestone patio. Oh. Okay. That's the patio. That's on the north side with grass. That one, the lower one with the grass. That's what's coming out of the north side of the deck. So if you want to go down to that north elevation. Fire pit, usual. Okay, this is you're looking up from Angola on the corner of Angola and North Mill Street. Keep going. That's from North Mill looking back. We're just going to plant. You can see the existing grade is still there. We're just going to plant it so it looks nicer than the gorse, which is what's there. There's the inset deck on the north side that you guys approved. The patio is going right below it in the ground. That's looking up Birdsong. Keep going. Looking up Birdsong again, you can see the grade is pretty much as you approved it, which was no change on that side. Keep going. And went all the way around the building. Okay, this one, there's the deck, the inset deck. in the ground, level with the ground, and 2 steps that you approved in the house already to
I
come
don't
down
see
to
it.
grade. And it's just in front of that opening there. Okay, keep going. And then it falls over the cliff after you get through there.
I don't see a deck.
It's going to be embedded in the grass or dirt at the moment. There's that. When you looked at it the last time, in between those structures, the back of the house or the side of the house, actually. Stay up there, please. The garage and the cottage are on the right. They leveled it. They put the backfill in after they had taken it out for the foundations. And now it's level where it's going to be, and then they'll put grass on top of it. Keep going. That's the garage and the cottage. You can see that they've been backfilled the way it was approved, which was level with the grade. That's looking back towards Birdsong on the guys on the other side of Birdsong. They're at the same level we are. That's looking back towards the existing split rail, which is staying. Keep going. That's the backside of the garage and the cottage. We're gonna backfill there. And back to the natural grade. It's a complicated site. I'm not going to say it's not. But you can see the natural grade comes up, and we actually cut the top of the hill off, I believe, when you approved the structures, to actually drop the structures so they didn't sit up higher, because the hill actually went up higher towards Birdsong and then up to the next one and then up to the one on corner of Prospect. So they actually dropped the whole grade. So it blends right back into the existing grade going over the hill. That's looking up Birdsong. So it's pretty standard issue stuff. There's no materials that are atypical. That's the one across the street that's way up on the hill. They never cut that one down.
Well, that was the original house that was there.
Yeah, that was their house. Then they sold all of it.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
There's probably one more picture below it, but I don't know what it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the revisions show the existing contours in the area of the yard that was approved at the elevation 39 with the approval of the house, garage, and cottage. As previously stated, the last review, the fire pit should be screened and not visible from a public way.
Yep.
And from any location. I only had one question, is I couldn't see it in the plans on what the material was of the Birdsong Lane, and if it is dirt as well. It's a little atypical for the 2 Belgian block runs on the driveway.
Yeah.
You know, because at the end of the day, an apron is not required. So that was my only comment.
I think it's shell or
Thank you.
gravel, and I don't think we should have a Belgian block apron either. There'll be 2 courses to keep the shell in our yard. There's some restrictions up in that group.
Okay, Holly, thank you, Mickey.
So the biggest
And I
concern,
object again.
the biggest
Yeah.
concern is the leveling of the backyard to create a patio. I mean, yes, you've approved the grade around the house, but you didn't approve, if you look at the contours, the graded contours plan.
On Lombardi's plan,
Yes.
that looked like cornrows.
Yeah, it's a very sculpted,
Yeah.
shaped backyard for the patio. That was not approved with the house. So it's the leveling of the backyard is the biggest concern. It'll look like an unnatural plateau. Some backfilling against the foundation is required, but beyond that, the yard should slope more naturally toward Angola Street.
It was actually cut to put the houses up there. So it
Bluestone.
would drop the top of the hill.
Bluestone is not appropriate in the OHD. And I did you already nix the Belgian block on the driveway?
Yes.
Okay. And the fire pit will be visible unless it's screened somehow. Thanks.
From where?
Angola.
Angola, yeah.
It's not, Mickey.
There are no houses on Angola at the moment.
Okay,
It's a 12-foot grade change.
okay. Mickey, you're all set? Okay,
Unbelievable.
thank you. Well, so I'm just gonna jump right in there and say that when I expressed my concerns about the grade the last time, because when I looked at Lombardi's plan, indeed, it's so sort of parallel sculpted lines, which are not labeled as contours, but I can only imagine that that's what we're supposed to think that they are, is very architectural and very like fake. And so the plan that I'm looking at that I believe came out of Brooke Meerbergen's office, which was the one that we approved. When you look at that backside is much more, well, when you look at all of it, frankly, is much more organic. And so that's my only concern, but I'm just saying that as a preface to hearing what the other board members have to say.
I've got a question.
Go.
For you, Mr. Chair. Holly, can you tell us the elevation we approved between the guest house and the residence?
Based on Brooks' plan, 39 feet.
39,
59.
30.
Is that 50 or 30?
No.
59.
Nope,
Yeah.
that is a 5, sorry.
Okay,
Oh,
so
okay. 'Cause I was gonna say, because the Lombardi drawing shows a 57, so that was a huge discrepancy.
Yeah, because they keep cutting it to keep it from going this way.
Okay, I just wanted to get clarification. Thank you.
okay, anybody ready to start?
Well, I got a
Yeah.
question
Okay, question, go.
on the thing is, when you go there, because we went, took pictures and everything else, they mentioned the first time this came to us that there was going to be a 10-foot wall somewhere.
No,
Oh, that's actually Joe's project.
that's not me.
Okay, this
that-
is the
that-
one behind it, but
Yeah.
I would like to see some cuts of the elevation, to see what the land is and what's been taken away from the original. We have a rule that says we can't move 8 feet of dirt and make a plateau. It says specifically in building with Nantucket in mind that we shouldn't make plateaus, that this was a bad thing in this whole area. That's all they've done is cut off the top of the hill, cut off the top of the hill. And I'd like to see some drawings of the land before they have proposed the houses they put up, because I think that everything shouldn't be on a flat building site and then drop off and down to the next one. It looks like a giant flight of stairs. And I think they should come up with how much dirt they removed, and I would like to see some cutaway drawings of that.
Again, Mr. Chairman,
Hang
we're
on.
not responsible for the structures or the grading.
Well, you're submitting you're submitting a landscape plan. that
Dealing with the
shows-
grade that we've been given.
Well, but that's what we have to be really super careful on.
And if you look at the drawings, it is flat between the garage. It's actually that front, there's more
If it-
foundation
okay.
showing on the house than
Okay.
there is on those guys.
Brooks drawings are very different. The topography shown on Brooks drawings, which were the ones approved, is very different than the Lombardi drawings topo.
Well, he hand drew them.
Fine. All he has to do is hand draw it and copy what Brooke got approved. That's pretty easy. Anyway, Stephen, you said you were gonna go, right?
Yeah, well, so I mean, this is not to be too picky, but just to be accurate, what's shown on the left side is actually either a ditch or a berm.
It's a swale,
Where?
Right, but it actually not what exists, it's a slope.
but right.
So
Right.
these contour lines are indicating that this line is either higher or lower than this and successively the case. So either this is a depression with this being the lowest and it goes up successively, or the opposite is this is the highest and then it comes down successively. The actual grade is a line that comes out like this.
Yeah.
And out like this and out like this, so that this is a slope that goes down. What's drawn is that this is up or down, and then it doesn't relate to what's up there because it doesn't continue, so it's.
All right, and that's why I put the pictures in.
I'm just saying with respect to the drawing, it's highly inaccurate if we're using conventional topographical lines, so it's odd.
Right.
Agree. I think my concern primarily with this, presuming the elevation is acceptable that was approved at 59, is that this landscape drawing indicates the finished grade at 57. So I have a question about that. And then in addition, that the rear patio is
Not
needs
round.
some retainage further in on the site. If you look at the Can we go to Brooks submitted drawing?
He has them showing.
They're in there.
No, I'm saying, go to it.
And Mark
They
says it
were
shows
they
it.
were last. They weren't first. They're at the end. There they go.
Great. Oh, one more down.
You've got all three structures in here.
One more down. 47 and 47.
Which is which building?
Ah,
Right there.
and zoom in, oh, one up.
Oh, you have an enlarged copy of that, Steve, up in the beginning.
You zoom in on the upper left. Great. Yes, one more. Okay, that's what I think we need to see, which is a drop off in the grade. It's not a plateau.
And it does. There's more foundation showing on the left and the rear on that structure.
Okay, so again, the grade drops off. It's not a flat plateau from left to right.
It's only flat sort of between the buildings,
Yeah.
not around the outside of the buildings because there's too much slope.
Respect to patio that. It needs grade, in my opinion, needs to reflect what was previously approved. We went through all kinds of hell and discussion on this.
Are you talking about 59, Steve, or 57?
I'm talking about on the left side, which is the rear of the structure, correct?
Yeah, going down the hill.
That slope needs to be reflected in a revised landscape plan to show that slope needs to be replicated in a revised landscape.
All right, we don't own that slope.
But that's what we own.
We
That's
don't.
what we-
Okay, the
Okay.
slope that you're looking on the left, I believe, goes down to Angola, and we don't own anything beyond the end of the top of the hill.
Well, I'm
We're
looking
not
at the
touching
plan
it.
here. Boy, you know, we're spending so much goddamn time. Can we go to this right here? Okay. All that on your property.
So I'm
Yes,
saying-
he was talking about the north side.
We go back up. Yes, this is correct. This. This is what our chairman was just pointing at.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. This is, the landscape plan we're looking at now indicates a plateau. This is what needs to be reflected in that landscape plan.
Yeah, it shows in the pictures that way too.
Right there. Right.
Yep.
Right. So instead of this being flat here, it needs to slope.
Yeah, the pictures clearly
That's what
shows
I
that.
said.
Okay.
That's all.
Right.
Okay.
So I'm starting to get Val, anything?
Well, I'm struggling trying to understand it all, but Brooke had it clearly defined with a retaining wall, and now there's no retaining wall being used.
No, there is a
It
retaining
looks
wall in the
like it's
plan.
Too high to step down 2 steps, but
Val, there is a retaining wall right where those steps are. An 18-inch retaining wall on left and right.
here,
It's on the plan.
it's so fucking confusing.
It's on the plan.
And
It
I
says
think
it.
Ray asked for a section.
Well, we're not
I
involved with
asked
that
for
section.
I don't feel comfortable.
All right, so
Thinking about it,
Carrie,
so
Carrie,
somebody
you've
else
been
can.
quiet up there.
Yeah, I'm happy to go. I think the patio on the north is not appropriate because it is on the top of the hill plateau. And I think it should be some steps down to grass and lots of planting, low planting to not accentuate the fact that it is a plateau. And any patio should be between the house and the cottage, behind some plantings for the driveway. So on birdsong, it is hidden. But I think this site is such a plateau. We're going down the road of Duke's Road again and having a patio at the top of a hill. And there's going to be retaining walls on Joe's site. And we have to look at it all as a piece. I don't care if they don't own Joe's site and it's a different property. It's all of a piece. We need to be clear about not hardscaping the plateau of a hill. Instead, landscaping it in a natural way to come back to some natural hill feeling, because this has been so cut all over the place out here that we have to be careful. That's it.
Okay, well said, Carrie. So,
Somebody needs to give me some direction here because we
well,
didn't
no, I
do the
think
grading.
Direction's pretty clear. the patio is an issue because it's on a leveled out platform.
Yeah,
That isn't really reflected in the Brook Meerbergen topo plan, which was the one that was approved. I think Lombardi's plan, if I were to give you advice here, Lombardi's plan should inherit Brook's topo. Brook's topo is much more sympathetic to the landscape than Lombardi's. So, everyone has been saying, everybody right down the line has been saying how flattened out this site is. And you say, well, we're just dealing with what we have. But what you should have out there, or what should be at the end of the project, is Brooks' site plan, unless we approve something different than Brooks' site plan, but so far we haven't. So, and the patio and everything else should reflect that. Should we move for some additional information on the grading to move this
Yes.
across? Okay.
I'd like to move that we have the grading revised to reflect the structure, the grade approved with the structure. And reduction or elimination of the patio on the north side.
yeah, got that.
And clarification of what the driveway will have with respect to Belgian block or not. And then we can actually make a move on this thing next time without having to have another long discussion.
Love it. Okay, that is Stephen's motion. On Stephen's motion, Val,
I
Diane,
I guess it will include enough to see what's been done.
that's what we're trying to get
And
at.
that's what I want to see.
Okay, very good. She's an aye. Carrie,
Aye.
it's Stephen on your motion.
Aye.
And I'm in favor. Now, it looks like Matt has arrived. Now, look, with respect to the board, 5 minutes, and I was gonna sit off of this and you're back to Main Street.
No, it's 7 Paul Jones. I I was watching online. I was confused by the order. So I apologize for not being
So you're
here.
gonna continue everything else, Mr. Chair, so I can go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you gonna
So
go
were you okay
Thursdays?
doing this as the last application?
Who is here? Oh, you're not doing Thursday, that's right.
We're not doing Thursday.
Pat, when you see your site plan out there, you know the drill.
So this is the last one?
Yeah.
Long night.
The last one was the last.
This is the last one. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is a house that you've seen before. It's a renovation. It's already been approved. We're here for some fenestration changes and chimney material change. So if you go to sheet A2.1, south elevation.
Sorry. Did you reference a sheet number?
I did.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah. It's a good way to organize. Thank you. Okay, so the primary changes, this is visible. South is facing the street. The only change fenestration wise is the right side. It's a one-story pavilion set back. It's actually an attached one-story addition. We're adding a French door. Again, set back pretty far from the road. Also, the existing chimney was brick. During the approval, we kind of went back and forth on whether or not it was stucco. And so we're here to ask for it to be stucco. The only other change would be
Oh, that's
on sheet A2.2, the north elevation, which is on the rear of the building, which is right up against a fence. We went from 2 larger 2/2 windows to 2 small windows. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Thank you.
Matt. Are there any questions for Matt on the application materials? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that this was what originally built in 98 and then you came in for a revision not too long ago. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I thought. It is located, actually, I think the boundary of the OHD. My only, really don't have any comments on this. The exterior chimney was existing feature, even though that's something that you don't normally do. So no comments, Mr. Chair.
Anyone from the public? Any abutters first? Anyone from the public? Commissioner concerns? Motion?
Is everyone okay with a stucco chimney?
It's more of a parge.
That's my concern.
No one shares your concern. Beth.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm kidding. I'm not on it.
Is it stucco or is it targeted?
I apologize. It's parged in the office when I was describing what parging is to a new staff member. I said it's like stucco, and I think they wrote stucco. So, but it's parged. We were just gonna leave it natural because I think that's kind of a weathered look.
What's the, and can we zoom in on the top of the chimney? So all parts now?
That's the idea.
Parts it as, Erica rightly pointed out.
She rightly pointed that out.
Yes.
Okay, just so I understand. I'm with Val, I'm a little concerned about the parts of it aspect of it. Holly, did you have something? Oh, I thought I heard Mr. Chair. Okay, can we zoom out a little bit? And Diane, do you want to comment? A little bit more? Thank you. Connie and Gary are sitting. Diane, do you want to comment? You want me to come back?
Come back to this in just a minute.
Okay. Connie?
What's the natural color of parched it in?
On this color.
Oh, gray?
It's like a natural, through you, Mr. Chair. It's very similar to like the foundation treatment.
Cement.
Are there photos of the existing?
No.
It hasn't, through you, Mr. Chair, it has not started construction yet. And if I could also offer a solution, if there's not support for the parge, potentially a painted brick
Okay.
as an option.
Under consideration. Carrie?
What color is the trim?
White.
Anything else, Carrie?
I think the parge would blend in better when the shingles are all grayed out. It's a massive chimney to be on the outside, and I'm sort of surprised that it was approved on the outside because of where it is and how it is, but
It was brick when it was approved.
yeah.
Okay. Diane?
It's I don't know, it is huge, but it which way is it going to be facing? Is it going to be facing out to Cliff Road or down to North Liberty?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be facing Paul Jones Road, which is its facade.
No, I just wondered which side of Paul Jones is it on? Is it on the out of town side?
It's technically set back from the gable away from Paul Jones.
It's Paul Jones.
Yeah.
Let's
And
look
I-
at the site plan.
So it's on the,
Can we go to the locus, please?
yeah.
Also, Mr. Chair, I think we could actually reduce, could probably take probably 3 inches in one direction and potentially 6 inches out of another.
Okay, so Diane, the locus is coming up on the screen for you. And then, when you finish, I'm gonna finish and then we can finish.
Okay. I don't know, I guess if it's parged, it will blend into what is there, and the house on the side blocks the thing and it goes to the back of the property, so
Oh, good.
I don't think a brick one would fit.
I think the brick would stick out.
I am
Yeah.
in agreement.
Okay, my concern is that the masonry with the parge with the kind of chimney cap termination is, I think, might look odd. And that's why I was leaning towards painted brick. Just because there's going to be a slight texture to it that is more traditional. And I think it would be odd to have the cap portion, if you will, be painted brick and the rest parge. So those are my comments. Do we have a motion?
I would motion to approve as it is with the parge, but if the top detail is not gonna fly with you, then
Well, if you guys don't share the concern, Can we go back to the top detail? Oh, and also the idea of decreasing the dimensions a few inches in all around makes a lot of sense.
Through you,
Can
Mr.
we
Chair,
zoom in
I could take
on
3
the-
inches out of it.
Yeah, here, this is a great one to zoom in on, any of those with a chimney.
Maybe simplify the cap
I
then.
was just going to suggest, Mr. Chair, is there a detail, like I could use a stone? I could eliminate the bottom step and I could just do a stone top.
Well, I mean, what if you were to make that more rectangular than square and did an owl, which is not atypical for this type of a structure?
Sorry, I'm just wondering if the owl with the parging would look like it's kind of 2 different eras, maybe.
Maybe.
That's my only concern.
But this looks like a different era altogether.
Yeah.
So I think it kind of marries the two. I don't know, or we could hold for minor revisions.
I would, well,
Carrie, I'm
I know
looking
it's
for a-
late, so.
Carrie, I'm looking for a.
Yeah, I
legal-
just, it just seems like a large chimney, but I do think the parge personally is the way to go to make it sort of disappear, because I think brick would stand out. White to me would stand out way too much.
I could take 3 inches out of both dimensions.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the cap. Maybe you just go up to the legs and the cap or the top and just get rid of that rectangle and keep it uber simple.
I can lose that bottom step
Yeah,
and take 3 inches out of.
because you can parge all the way up.
Okay, so is that a motion, Carrie? Can you?
Yeah, just to take as much out of the chimney as possible, get rid of the first step and just parge the entire thing, and then the cap can be whatever it has to be, a stone.
I could do a stone to match the parge.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would be simple and yeah, that's my
Carrie,
motion.
on your motion,
That's it.
on your motion,
Aye, sorry.
that's okay. Val, and Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Through staff,
Thank you very much. I know it's been a long night.
it's a pilot.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Are we doing minutes now?
No.
No, we gotta go.
Okay, so how about an adjournment?
I make a motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, John McLaughlin. Let's see, on John's motion to adjourn, Val,
I.
Diane,
Aye.
Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Ray.